Hey everybody, Mike Flanagan back here with you. Steve's going to join me in just a minute. Commentary will be coming back here. Hope you're enjoying this continuing coverage of the 2013 TAT Summer Classic. It's the Friday qualifying. Our finals will be tomorrow. Steve will be back in just a minute with me, and we'll resume this commentary here as Jeff Carter's gone home for the week. Hope you enjoy it with Steve and I. We'll be back here in just a minute. I told everybody we would be back, Steve. You and I, we're making our debut together.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it?
Because we've had everybody else. We've had Jeff Carter and Louie and everybody else up here, but official handshake, buddy.
All right.
We're going to be working together a lot.
Good to be here. Looking forward to it, Mike.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be in the same building at Storm. Hopefully we'll be able to do some cool stuff with the videos too.
Definitely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. There's a lot of people, I tell you, when they see, and I'm amazed really how many comments I've gotten here just at this tournament for people that come in and say that I saw that video you guys did on YouTube. You know,
Yeah.
I've got on the Storm Bowling Balls channel, and they're like, that was some cool info. Can you do some more? Here's an idea I have, or something like that.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot more of those comments than I thought I had. So, but when you look at the views, and you've got 4, 5, 6, 7,000 views on some of these technical tips, yeah, it kind of shows you that people are interested in that kind of info. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to do it with you as well.
And me, as a fan of bowling over the years, I've paid attention to YouTube, and I've always watched this stuff. And then, you know, when I got into doing this streaming and everything, I watch it even more. I call myself the video police. I keep an eye on what all the ball companies are doing. I keep an eye on what all the streaming services are doing. And I keep an eye on what all the individual athletes are doing. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you have the YouTube app on your phone, Steve, but basically what happens is I go into this guy right here, and over on the left, it's going to pop me up all my channels down here.
Okay.
You see there's
Wow.
a competitor. There's Rotogrip Roger,
Yep.
Belmo, another competitor, and as you go down Fagan, different guys, International Art of Bowling. And then it gives me these little notifications here on whether or not there's something new I got to watch.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You're gonna have to help me set, because I do have the app on my phone, but I don't have it set up nicely like that.
You just subscribe to the channels.
Yep. I'm
So
gonna have to do that.
everybody, and that's a good reminder, if you're not subscribed to Storm Bowling Balls, Rotogrip Roger, or Inside Bowling, go out to YouTube, create that Gmail account if you don't have one, and subscribe to all of these different channels, because when we post new content, you'll get an email if you choose to want to have an email. Some people don't like that. But at least when you go on there the next time, it'll show you your subscriptions and what's new to take a look at. As a matter of fact, right now we're uploading last night's TAT Storm Challenge on YouTube, and there's 15 minutes remaining. And then that's going to become available. And to the 1,200 subscribers that we have at InsideBowling.com on our YouTube channel, they're going to get an email or a notification that says, hey, there's new content for you. Check out the TAT Storm Challenge, which was really a lot of fun to do with you and Jeff last night.
That was a lot of fun. That was really cool format. There was a lot of excitement. The thing I liked about it is that there was a lot of pressure on every shot. So it wasn't like you were just waiting for a while to see how they did. It was like, no, you have to perform now. You have to throw a shot now to advance. If you don't, you go home. And that's what used to be really cool with the formats we had in the old high roller days when it was a one-game match, is there was a lot of pressure on every shot. And that's kind of that same feel that we had last night. And the one winner, Kevin Gagnon from California, the left-hander, is from the IQ Tour Solid.
Yeah, nice guy.
Nice guy.
Very nice guy.
We talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't know if you had heard this or not, but when Kevin came into the ballroom,
didn't he lose some weight or something?
100 pounds from last November.
Well, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, so in the last 8 months, he lost 100 pounds, comes out, wins $5,000.
No wonder he was so proud of his jersey.
Yes. That's right.
Because when you lose that kind of weight, I can only imagine how much better you feel about yourself.
Yep.
Sporting it.
Yep. And let's be realistic. Bowling is an athletic activity. I mean, sometimes people like to, joke and say that, bowling's not a sport. When you're competing at this kind of a level, the amount of physical demands that it takes, that it puts on your body, not just your hand release, shoulder, legs, spine, all that stuff, but also the mental determination and the stress level that goes on there, handling the anxiety and the determination it takes to win. It fits all the sport billing of any other sport that I can think of.
Definitely want to thank all 53 of our viewers that are hanging out with us right now here on this Friday, July the 5th. We're coming to you live from Las Vegas. It's the Orleans Hotel Casino, Gambling Hall, TGI Fridays, Subway, Fuddruckers, Baskin Robbins, Chinese joint, a Mexican joint, everything they have here, and of course the bowling center, and that's where we are today.
Was that off the top of your head?
Yeah, it was.
I didn't see you reading a list or anything like that. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I was checking in with the chat. We got Mr. Michigan in here about how many good bowlers there are, and wants to know who could help Mr. Michigan with their bowling, because they'd like to be on the PBA Tour eventually. So I'll let you take that question, Coach K.
You bet. Yeah, there's a lot of good things that you can do to get started working your way towards a professional career. I would say the biggest thing would be, let's start with get you on the website, find a local Storm VIP Pro Shop in your area, because a lot of times they would also be tied in with the coaching program as well. So a lot of times they may be a certified coach that can help you work on your game. You're also going to, if you make a good contact like that with a Storm VIP Pro Shop, you could also then learn a little bit more about different tournament groups in your area, and that's a good way to start competing, is start competing at the local level, then work your way up to a state or a regional level, and then eventually become more competitive on the national level, which is what you're looking for. Now, they do also have open entries, though, as far as the different World Series of Bowling as well. So if you wanted to kind of jump right to that and compete nationally against some of the best, you can sign up and compete in those. They've had World Series of Bowling events in Las Vegas.
Hey, I'm actually hoping that maybe once I get comfortable in the office, maybe Maybe we could do some sort of thing where you and I go and compete in one of these World Series of bowlings or something.
Ooh.
Could you see that? And we could do like a video documentary of you and I out there. You would basically make a top 16 at least once, and I would just be vying to try to finish in the top half every day.
Well, you say that, but I tell you what. What did you shoot in Reno there? I think you had a pretty good outing. I think you're more competitive than you let people.
Yeah,
on.
it wasn't. Well, but
see,
Carter has totally taken me from having a little bit of confidence to no confidence.
Yeah, you know why that is though?
Why is that?
Because he's used to bowling singles. He's not a team event kind of
you know
what
right.
I'm saying? He competes for himself on the national tour all those years and stuff. Does bowl in some team events, but I tell you, when you're looking for excitement in the center, I mean, there's a lot of excitement at the TAT right now, but when you see some college bowling events, for example, and you see that team synergy going, all that enthusiasm, excitement, you just need somebody who has more experience in team bowling to boost you up a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think that you and I need to bowl a doubles tournament sometime, because that'll do nothing but positive things for me, because you won't want to bowl do poorly. So you'll take me under your wing for a couple of weeks prior to going.
We'll get matched up. We'll VLS, give us the right layouts, right ball selections, and we'll go do it.
Yeah, I think that I got to get into VLS mechanism, the VLS chamber.
Yeah,
I got to get in there.
We'll get you in that mode.
I got to get the old Excel spreadsheet up.
Yeah.
I love Excel. Speaking of people I love, Brad Edelman just came by. What do you got there, Steve?
Whoa, he has got some good stuff here. He is.
That's you, I can tell. It's the head tilt.
It is the tilt.
You got that tilt when you get in these pictures.
It's patent pending. It hasn't been. The patent
hasn't been
issued. It's not trademarked, but it is pending. But there it is, a picture of the top four of us from 1995, and I was the runner-up to champion was Josh Orr. And third place, Ken Burton. Fourth place, David Haynes, my doubles partner.
Let me see if I can show people at home this one. See if I can get that up there. See how good I can get here. Steve is right.
White shirt with the enormous black collar.
Yeah, he's got the head
collar
tilt
you've ever seen in your life.
You almost kind of look like, when you make one of those loud noises to a puppy dog. And you're like a high-pitched noise, and the dog kind of goes like this.
Tweaks it just a little
bit. That's what
bit.
You kind of did.
It is. That's it.
I like that.
There's some good pictures here.
I've stalked you over the years, actually.
Oh, look at that is an extreme mullet. Extreme.
That's unbelievable.
Enormous.
Good stuff. A lot of history here.
Good stuff.
A lot of history here. Yeah, I've stalked you over the years, Steve. Folks like yourself, and
you've seen the transformation from player to technical director to Coach K.
Yeah, I have seen it all.
You've seen it.
But I remember the Team USA Wichita State days. That's when you really appreciate bowling the most, is when you're between the ages of 13 and 20, in my opinion, in this game. Because you're not really bowling for money yet. You're doing it for the love, and there's not a lot of pressure on you. And I remember watching you compete. You were in St. Louis, weren't you?
I was. Yeah.
For Team USA trials?
I was there.
I think that was the year that Barnes won.
No, actually, that was.
Or was it Vern
he finished
Peterson?
Second. Vernon Peterson was the champion. Yep. I did not make the team that year. I made the top 16. I remember I bowled on the same pair with David Garber in the final position round game, and Dave and I finished around that 13th, 14th spot or so. So we didn't make the team, but we were there in that tournament at Tropicana.
Yeah, I watched you.
Yeah,
that's where
cool.
the IB Open was this year.
That's cool.
That would be fun. I'd like to see you compete at the IB Open next year. See if I can't figure out a way to get you out there, and maybe I'll just back you in the tournament. Not that you need a backer, but get Marcia to bowl too. How's she doing, by the way?
It's good to know that you want to back me, though. That means a lot.
Yeah.
Whether or not I actually get a check from you, that's okay.
No, you will. You will. How's Marcia doing?
Marcia's doing pretty good. She actually just sent me a picture. They went on a hike this morning to the top of the Ogden Canyon there. She's got her niece and a couple nephews that are out visiting us for about 3 weeks or so. So it was really cool to talk to them on the phone last night and they're from Florida, so they're coming all the way across country. Marsha actually just got some results back too, doctor results, as far as she had an MRI done on her foot.
Yeah.
She had a lot of trouble with the one joint underneath her big toe, and come to find out she had a lot of multiple stress fractures in one of the bones, sesamoid bone, I guess it's called, and also all the cartilage was detached from it. So that's been the source of a lot of her pain and bowling frustration over the last couple years. And so she's got surgery scheduled in a couple weeks, and they actually will take that bone out, and then that will
So they're going to remove the bone?
remove the bone. They don't put anything else in there. Apparently you're fine
You're
without
okay
it.
without it.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. And if you take one away, the other one does the job. You can't take both, but you can take one of them out of there, and you'll still be fine. And
Okay.
that's what she's having done here on the 18th of this month.
Well, happy recovery already to Marsha. We hope everything goes smooth and she can get to feeling better. My grandma told me once before, she said to me, she goes, Michael, there's one thing I want you to do for the rest of your life. And I said, what's that? She goes, take care of your feet because you're always on them. And my grandmother had osteoporosis, which, in case those of you that don't know, it's when your bones become like Swiss cheese almost. They become very holy and they ache and they're very brittle and they break very easily. And she told me, she goes, take care of your feet because you're going to be on them your entire life. And her feet were in bad shape.
Probably some pretty good advice there. Someone who knows, you know.
So I pulled out Kenny Rogers on you on the last one, and you were laughing. Was that not hilarious?
I loved it. We already thought of all the different directions we could go with that, different themes for upcoming videos and promo spots, and you know, there's a lot of people at Storm. You know, we're called the Bowlers Company. A lot of us at Storm, almost all of us are very involved, dedicated, competitive bowlers. But the founder and starter of the company, current still CEO, Bill Chrisman, has been a bowler his whole life, and you know, just some of the thoughts that we had of Kenny Rogers and Bill, you know, maybe a little ballroom dancing with some of the great Storm bowling balls.
Can we call him the gambler?
Oh, he is a gambler.
We could call him the gambler.
He is.
You got to know when to hold him.
You had to be a gambler to start a new bowling company when he started
Heck
a new bowling ball company. So he's a gambler through and through.
Bill was playing like roulette when that happened. He had a chip on one number, and the chance of it coming in was slim to none. But he hit that number, and here we are.
He made it happen, and here we are, yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Another pretty busy squad, too, Mike.
Yeah, nice busy squad. Got to commend Brad Edelman and his entire staff here at the True Amateur Tournament. Mr. McWilliams, his tournament director, has done a really nice job.
They really do. They've been doing a nice thing. They've been doing a nice thing for our sport here for a number of years. They've been out here for about 10, 11 years or so, and Ed and Jamie, boy, they're just terrific tournament directors, do a nice job. They're always on the ball.
I keep wanting to call him Jamie McMurray because Jamie McMurray drives the #1 car in NASCAR, and he's from Columbia, Missouri.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So every time it's McWilliams.
Well, I can see your that tie-in there where you.
I really struggle with that, actually. Yesterday I had to keep looking at his name tag. I've never felt so weird. Like, normally I get the person's name and I kept looking at his name tag, and he saw me looking at it just because I didn't want to mess it up. I'll tell you what, I had a ball running around last night interviewing all those guys. That was really a hoot.
Yeah, that was cool, and it's nice to get those thoughts of the players when they're down there, because they are in that do or die situation. That format we had for the challenge last night was basically you got to get 9 or better to keep going. You couldn't just afford to let it slip on one frame or one shot and then just expect to go ahead and just bring it back the next time. If you're bowling a game or 3 games or 5 games or however many games, you can afford to have a bad frame or 2 and bring it back with a string a few strikes there, but not last night. For that challenge, that format's pretty stringent, I
got the competitive juices flowing last night. That was an event I think I could have bowled in. and done fairly well.
I said it before. I think you're kind of you're putting on that front, just being very humble, very modest right now. And then as soon as we get on the lanes, he's going to be pulling the 50s and the $100 bills out of his pocket, ready and wanting to gamble a little bit. We'll see how it goes there, Mike.
I've got video of me as a kid when I was pretty good, and I've got video of me now, and it's two different bowlers. And I'm going to want you to take that video, Steve. And I really want you to, as we dial in this Coach K, this new Coach K that you are. You've always been Coach K, but now it's time to let it out of the bag. It's been in the cage, and it's just been growling. And now the cage door has been opened, and Coach K has been released to all the bowling community.
You know, the thing too, as far as Coach K goes, is I think we're here supporting the tournament as we have for a number of years, helping with the balls and helping with the layouts. But the one thing that all the bowlers want to, and I do the same thing. You know, I'm no different myself. When I go down on the lanes, I want somebody to watch me throw a shot, and then give me a quick tip. You know, what am I doing wrong? What can, is my speed up a little bit? Am I a little early with the timing, posture, push away? When you get up to a certain level, a lot of times it's just a quick little 1-2 little tips here that somebody needs to get them back in and get all the pistons firing together. And when we have our showcase lanes down here at the tournament where you can come down and throw some shots, you can use the matchmaker balls and try that. A lot of times that's all it takes. You know, you've got a great player like Ed Roberts, for example. All you have to do is give him a quick tip. Maybe you just remember, get that ball rolling. And that's all you need to do. All of a sudden, everything fires and he starts striking right away. So it's just a matter of, when you're looking at players with this kind of a skill level, you don't need a complete revamp of the game. What you need is a quick eye, a little watch, and you can generally diagnose, even with a great player, what they need, a minor adjustment to get them back in time and get their confidence level going, get them striking and making good shots again. So
I'll tell you what my biggest problem is, personally, is I have several different styles of how I like to bowl. I can go 6-step, 5-step, 4-step, shuffle step.
I'll call you the chameleon.
Yeah, ball at my shoulder, ball below the knee, high backswing, low backswing, hit up on it, be nice to it. And because I have all these different ways of bowling, I have like a whole bunch of C games, and I don't bowl an A game ever. I look at the pattern and I see how other people are scoring, and then I try to manipulate how I bowl compared to them, because I can do just about anything, and that's my problem.
I think you're not alone when it comes to that, and I do remember sharing the story several years ago. I was bowling pretty good at the time, felt good, and I was a tour rep, and I was watching. Pat Healy was one of our staff players. We were watching him go down the lane. We were watching him throw some shots. I was watching and looking at his setup position, and Pat Healy, if you know, sets the ball up. He always holds it.
Oh, yeah.
Holds the ball very low.
Yes.
Right? So I'm bowling terrific, but me, kind of, it sounds like you have the same kind of thing, always wanted to kind of try something new. Always kind of refining, changing, being able to do whatever. All of a sudden, okay, well, maybe next time, I'm going to drop that ball down there, kind of tuck that elbow in and kind of get hunched over a little bit and try that. And then, before I know it, I'm not bowling like Steve. I'm bowling like Steve trying to bowl like Pat.
Yep.
So it's a little bit more of the 6 inches, the distance between your ears that it takes to be a good bowler and be a successful bowler. And if you're trying to imitate or copy someone else, there's a difference between just taking what somebody else does well and incorporating it into your own game versus just trying to be somebody else. And you got to be yourself when you're on the lanes bowling. You're not gonna be successful if you're trying to bowl like somebody else. And there's been a lot of players we've been talking about doing something like knowing your own game and knowing your own characteristics. And there's people who are always looking for the extra few boards of hook all the time, or extra entry angle, or extra ball speed, for example. Well, sometimes, you know what, you don't need to hook the ball more. Maybe we just need to go with a different layout. You know, use the VLS and let it select a different layout that's going to produce more flare or a sharper entry angle or more hook on the back end. Use the technology that we have rather than always trying to turn yourself into a different bowler. There's a lot of advantages to all the technology we have around us right now, and using that to help select the right equipment. Using Abro-on pads, even sometimes it's a surface change that's needed. You know, it's not always a ball change. It's not always, sometimes you just need to fine-tune the equipment that we have, get a different break point and reaction. All of a sudden, you know, we're shooting 240 instead of 210 just because you get that one extra hit a game. Well, I tell you what, Louie's having a good time here going through the high roller yearbook that we've got over the years. There's a lot of good pictures and a lot of history. I tell you, Brad's been in the business for a long time. He's run tournaments for a long time, and he's got a lot of stuff documented here. It's a pretty cool library of stuff.
We need to put it all online is what we need to do.
Yeah, that will definitely be happening. With you and Louie in the house. Like, I'm thinking like Ebony and Ivory, kind of a little bit, you know, a little bit of that.
I love songs. I love it when you pull them out.
Yeah.
So 1 o'clock squad coming to an end here. Third game. We have a 3 o'clock squad. And then again a 5 o'clock squad. So a little bonus coverage here this evening from the Orleans.
There's a couple, the way I saw a couple of these players running some shots out, I think there's a few of them that know that they're close and they need a couple good hits at the end to catch on. Unfortunately, they're not on our featured pairs or on our cambered pairs, but there's definitely some excitement in the center going on because there's some players who know they're close and maybe they need a couple hits to make it here at the end of the third game. Ron Case is on 11 and 12. You can see that on the left side there. He's a terrific bowler himself, been a great bowler for a number of years. California, top amateur player for a long time.
Love it how you know all these guys out here. How long have you been coming to this tournament?
Well, for the TAT, I never competed in it. They had a rule that was you couldn't have made $10,000 in a tournament in the last 7 years, and I had a couple of we'll say financially fruitful years there at the Open Championship, so I wasn't eligible to bowl for a number of years. But
how many eagles do you have?
I've got 2 eagles.
That's what I thought. Two eagles.
Yeah,
Man.
2 eagles, and then I went back through and counted. We had, I think it was also an additional 4 top 5s and additional 7 top 10s, I think it was. So
and you go with different teams too, don't you?
we've had different teams over the years, yeah. Yeah, we had a Vegas team that was Sam's Town #1 team when we won Team All Events in '93. That was our team, and we had that team for a couple of years. We had I kind of got transferred, or we put together this new team that I'm on right now. It's currently called Rhino for President because we had Rhino Page was on our team for a couple of years.
Right.
But it was pretty. We've had some different team players on there because we had originally Sean Rash was on our team, and we had our former Shocker tie-in there. We had Sean Rash, and then he went on tour. So then we had to get a new player. Then we got Rhino, and then he went on tour. So then we had to get a new player, and we got Brian Alpert had filled in, and since then we actually Alex Hoskins just came down. He was a fill-in for this year that we had for Bill Hoffman, who's off in coaching in Hong Kong. And Alex Hoskins is from Pocatello, Idaho, just a little bit north of us.
Bill Hoffman's another guy I've never met, but that I really have a lot of admiration for his game and what he's been able to do with his game. Are you good friends with Bill?
I am, yeah. I've known him since he actually competed for Ohio State University in college, same time when I was bowling in Wichita. So we're...
That's a definite meeting I want to have sometime. You got to introduce me to Bill. And I don't want just, hey, this is Mike, Bill, Mike. I want to go to dinner.
Yeah.
I want him to have a couple of cocktails.
That won't be a problem.
And I want to hear the stories.
He'll have them.
That's what I want.
I'd be happy to share some. And he's a real interesting character, not just a great bowler, but has a degree in political science from Ohio State. So he's
I love surrounding myself with smart people.
yeah, he's got the ins and outs of bowling federations around the world, and I think just a lot of interesting perspectives and thoughts and experiences. That he's in the International Bowling Hall of Fame. He has titles from the rank, going from the World Cup to FIQ gold medals, WTBA gold medals, Team USA member for all those years. He was a champion at the World Team Challenge stints that we had. I mean, he's got a collegiate bowler of the year. I don't know if he ever won a collegiate national championship.
Not three of them in a row, at least.
But he was right there in the running for him. He's something else.
Well, I guess we come on for a little bit. Squad's over. Steve, Coach K, Mike. Slammy Global is my nickname, actually.
Slammy Global.
Slammy Global.
Slammy Global, okay.
And Slammy Global is because I used to be on America Online a lot. We've talked about this a little bit, but back in the day, I should be in the AOL Hall of Fame. Like, AOL is just declining, but at some point in time, that domain name is going to be available, AOL.com, because it's just going to be gone, and I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to create the AOL Hall of Fame. All the people that used to just sit on there and chat all the time. So anyway, I was on there, and I had to create a new screen name because I had gotten kicked off for causing mischief again back in the day.
Again, so it wasn't just once.
No, multiple times. And Dan Sheppy and I spent some time together, and he was working for AMF, and he sent me some bowling balls, and it was when the Slams came out. So my name's Flanagan, so I said, well, this name, I'm probably going to get kicked off again, so I'll just go with Slam again. Well, I never got kicked off again. So then when I was instant messaging with some people as I've gotten older, I don't really use AOL anymore, but, for a while there I was, and people started calling me, hey, what's up, Slammy? What's up, Slammy? And then they thought with all my ideas and everything, it should go global.
Global.
So it becomes Slammy Global.
Okay.
So that's how that works.
That. Slammy Global and Coach K.
Yep.
In the house.
And together, though, we are... What are we together? That's right. You requested it just a little while ago.
And you came through for us just like
I did.
this. Oh, nice job.
I'm telling you, I'm loving this YouTube downloader. Is this not a great song, though?
It is. It is. Oh, man, there's a lot of passion in this
You know
song.
what? There is. And you know what? Let's just bring it in. Here's the video.
This should be a theme for bowling, bringing bowling together.
Yeah.
Instead of
Look at this
different...
video. There's Sir Paul McCartney.
Oh, man.
Can you believe that?
Bowlers are the same wherever you go.
They really are.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can see if I can get us a little. Let's see if I can get us both up here. This is great. I'm playing now. It's Friday play day. There we go. You and me, Stevie Wonder, Paul McCartney on the screen at the same time.
There is that term that's come up now. Last couple of years been very popular. That bromance.
Bromance.
That's kind of what this is.
If
80s meets the teens.
If Roger Nordhook was looking right now, he'd be pretty jealous of you right now.
I bet he would.
He even announced at the freaking sales meeting that we had a bromance.
Is he texting you right now?
Yeah, Roger's checking in. He says we're done.
Yeah. All right, sorry, Raj.
I wonder if Marsha's watching.
Yeah.
This is a great video, though. Look at this. Is this not great?
It is.
This is unbelievable. I wonder if Louie's even listening anymore. Oh, look at Stevie, a young Stevie. Oh.
This is the early MTV days, man.
Oh, this is it right here.
Yeah, this is, man, VH1, MTV.
Louie, have we butchered the broadcast yet?
Louie
that is perfect.
Louie says that Brad looks a little bit like Paul McCartney, Brad Edelman.
Brad Edelman.
Yeah, the young Brad Edelman.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Look at those keys. I told you I wanted to play the keyboard.
Ivory, yeah.
Oh.
Hitting the ivory. It's kind of like boards on a lane right there, and then the markers.
It is.
Like, there's a little bowling
and that's Coach Paul.
Too, I see that.
Showing people where to spot on
Coach
the keys.
P. Coach P.
Coach P.
Yeah.
Yeah. side by side, us and
Yeah.
Paul and
Yeah. Talking bowling.
Stevie. Yeah. I guess
Good times.
you want me to be Stevie? I don't have my sunglasses in here.
Sunglasses, though, yes. Louie always is good for a pair of sunglasses.
Yeah.
Louie's always got them. He's usually got some kind of fare of like Elvis, especially the Vegas theme. He's got the gold, right? You got the gold side. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. This is great.
Yeah.
We look good in red, though, I must say.
Yeah.
Who are we going to get to sit right here?
I don't know. Who should we get?
Perfect harmony right now.
We've got a good spot here open.
Man.
It is Vegas. Who were we talking about? Jessica Biel? I think I was Mr. Jeff Carter.
Yeah.
Quite taking to Jessica Biel.
Yeah.
We were talking about the celebrity division for the TAT coming up.
Yep.
It'll be a spot right now.
Man, what a great song. Music videos with Coach K and Slammy Global up here in the booth.
I
so
feel better
refreshing.
already.
Oh, me too.
I feel good, man. I'm not lying.
Kenny Rogers last time.
Yeah.
Now we got Sir Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder. That's going to be our new thing. Whenever you're in the booth with me, I'll always pull up a song to end a segment with.
Okay. I like it.
How about that? So
yeah.
let's step away. We got an opportunity to take a break again, and we'll come back with this next squad that starts in what time does it start? Is it
We've got about half an hour. Starts at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so we'll come back. We'll join everybody in a half an hour. We hope you've been enjoying all this coverage all week with Steve and Jeff, myself, and Louie. We've really been having a good time with it. And don't forget tomorrow, 20 grand. 20 grand. We're going to call the action, and you're going to really enjoy this broadcast that we're going to have tomorrow evening here at the TAT. So live coverage is going to resumes at 3 p.m. PST. There you go. We'll see you in a little bit, everybody. For Coach K, Mike Flanagan here. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Action continues here at the 2013 True Amateur Tournament Summer Classic Friday qualifying. Mike Flanagan here back with you along with Coach K, Steve Kloempken, and also joining us, special guest Brad Edelman. Welcome to the booth, fellas.
Nice to be here with you guys, right in the middle of Mike Flanagan and Coach K. I'm honored.
It really doesn't get much better than this.
It doesn't.
And just because you guys are wearing glasses, I brought my glasses.
Oh, look at that.
I like yours better.
That's right.
Style points go to Mike Flanagan right now.
Who do you think you are? I am.
You are.
Right here, right now.
So it's always better to wear glasses when you don't need to.
Well, I wasn't going to have contacts forever. I was too afraid to touch my eyes.
Yeah, me too.
And I had glasses forever. And finally, I braved it. And now I wear contacts. Best decision I ever made.
Yeah, everybody tells me to do the same.
I'm telling you, I am a guy that goes to the eye doctor, and I actually almost pass out when they're showing the different lenses because it really messes with me. And they know that going in. And
so they mess with you more?
No, they're very nice and gentle. But when they spray the puff in your eye and test for glaucoma, it messes with me as well. But I've been able to overcome it. So if anybody can overcome contacts, it's me.
Yeah, it's that puff that always got me.
Yeah, I didn't like it either.
No.
And I like Puff the Magic Dragon, but I don't like that puff. You know what I mean?
Do they still do that puff? I mean, in these days of high-tech things, you think they can get rid of a puff in your eye?
You would imagine. I'll tell you what, even though they always tell you to relax, don't flinch, it's coming.
And then it makes you tighten up anyway.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
There's Harry Mickelson on one of our feature pairs here.
We got 3 over there on that pair as I adjust our cameras. So, gentlemen, what a week we've had here. We're starting to wind down. Our staff has begun to evaporate. Jeff Carter, we sent him packing today. And Tyler Jensen going to bowl. Jeff Carter going to run some bowling events. And the folks that are left are the real gamers, the best of the best.
But you're talking about kind of what maybe the downside of being the bowlers company is so many of us, we do have bowling tournaments to go to like Tyler or tournaments to run like Jeff. There's stuff to do. So there's advantages and disadvantages. Unfortunately, that's one of the disadvantages.
But we are here. We're we're going to really enjoy this thing as we crown a $20,000 champion tomorrow. You know, we kind of lose focus of that all week. It's been kind of enjoying the stories and having fun up here in the booth, but the real reason why we're here is because of what's going to happen tomorrow. We are going to produce a professional broadcast. We're going to give away professional dollars in a professional establishment ran by a professional organization sponsored by a professional company.
I have to tell you, Mike, speaking of professional organizations, I mean, I've had a hoot. This has been a hoot. I've had a blast. I appreciate you inviting me up here in the booth a few times this week. Had a blast.
Mi casa, su casa.
Well, that whatever that means.
I don't know what it means either, but people have used it before in this instance.
I saw somebody with a T-shirt that said that. So walking through the casino, so I hope it's okay to say on.
I think it's my house is your house.
Okay. Well, I'll be over for dinner one night then.
Well, this is my house right here.
But I have to tell you, this has added so much to this event. What a it's just been. It's been the talk of everywhere. You don't see them, all the emails I get about this, but just tremendous.
You want to drive, Steve? Just have a way, buddy.
Okay.
I'm going to edit something for Louie over here. Well, thank you, Brad. I appreciate that, man.
Tremendous coverage. I'll forward you some of the emails I got.
Well, you know, we have fun with it. You know, I don't claim personally to be a broadcast professional. I just keep putting more time into this thing, and I just care about it so much.
Well, it shows. It shows in the end product, end result. And again, you know, it just turns this into more of an event.
Yeah, we've had a lot of comments here in the chat room about people who are coming in and they're looking for, you know, certain players are looking forward to seeing their husband, wife, daughter, son bowl, and that's what we've had. A lot of people come up here and say, hey, where can I see this? So there's a lot of interest in this. A lot of people, you know, live stream. This is the wave of the future, right?
I had an interesting phone call this morning. I was just working in my office, and somebody called. You know, the other day we were, I don't know, Steve, you missed it, but Mike, Jeff, and I were talking about some of the more unexperienced players here and what they're learning about changing pairs and reading graphs and ball changes and different characteristics, and each section of the center has different characteristics. It's why we change pairs, and we're just trying to teach people a lot. And one fella called me. He's here bowling, but he called me at the office and wanted to know if we had a projected cut score for Saturday. And I said, do you mean Friday? This was this morning. He says, no, for tomorrow. I said, well, sir, we don't give projected cut scores even during the day, you know, even during competition, let alone the day before competition. You know, I mean, he was dead serious, so I treated it like that. You know, he was obviously, you know, he wanted to know. He was on the learning end of his career, is how I you know, the best I could tell him, I said, so what I would do is go up on the website and look at the results from previous days, and that'll help you determine.
TrueAmateurTournaments.com.
Yep, exactly.
Where you have all that information posted.
Jamie's got all the websites, got his website updated every day with the results.
And that is one of the things, you know, when you're down here and you're crossing pairs and making, you know, as far as making the cut, you don't know while you're bowling if you're going to be in. That's why it's important to get every pin that you can. The fill balls count when you're going from pair to pair. We've talked about this a little bit over the last few days. You have to be able to read your ball reaction, read that motion right from the get-go. Your first, you know, when you're switching pairs, you got to trust that you have to make a good shot, and then trust what kind of information you get back from what your ball does is whether or not the lane that you're moving to is going to maybe hook a little bit more, a little less, or earlier or later. What kind of a move do I have to make, an adjustment? And we've had a great time all week down there on the showcase lanes because it allows the bowlers to come down and see us, ask us for a little bit of tips and advice on what their ball's doing. What kind of a recommendation would we make for them to get a few extra pins if that's what they need to make the cut?
Well, we've all seen, how many countless cuts have you seen in your life where people miss by a pin?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it just,
it's
you know, it's going to happen all the time.
Yep.
I guess the goal in a tournament is when you're changing pairs, waste as little frames as possible when you move. You know, learn how to move on the approach or when it's time for that ball change. you're coming out here, you're spending the time and money and effort, gain as much knowledge as you can.
Yeah, and I can tell you that goes back to my early days at Wichita State University. They got such a great program there, and they have there's different things that they offer, but one of their classes that they have that they would do one day a week is they would bring in different industry experts. So, for example, one of the weeks we had in one of those years when I was there bowling, we had a David Ozio that came in and he worked with us down there on the lanes all afternoon. And I remember I threw a shot one time and I thought I was lined up and I thought I threw a pretty good shot, but I left a bucket. And he said, move right. And I said, no, I didn't quite roll that right. He said, unless your shot was, if you'd say less than 50% of execution, make the trust the move off of what your ball did, make the move. So I went ahead and moved 2 right, and I threw a strike. I threw a shot again. From there, left another 2-pin. He said, move right. I'm already 2 right from where I thought I was lined up.
But you're
before,
listening to him.
But I'm listening, I'm there to learn, listening to advice from one of the greatest pros of all time,
Sure.
right? And Hall of Famer. And end up basically doing the same thing until I was 7 boards right of where I thought I was lined up, and then I literally bowled 250.
Yeah.
7 boards right from where I thought I was lined up.
You're speaking of David Ozio, and one of my favorite telecasts that I just watched a couple weeks ago on YouTube was when he used that power torque. I can't remember exactly who he bowled against, but he was making that thing look amazing on TV back in the mid-90s.
Would have been mid-90s, yeah.
Sure.
Would have been 94, 95, right around there.
It was a great telecast. A lot of Hall of Famers on that telecast, too.
You know what he actually had, too? David Ozio had the record on TV for 4 games before Bob learned.
Bob learned it. Yeah.
Yep.
That might have been the telecast I was watching, actually.
Yeah, he had the record, and you know what was really cool about that when he actually set the record, and this goes back to, and I got to work a little bit with Bill Taylor once or twice, but he actually set the record on TV bowling with his eyes closed. Did you guys know that?
No.
He did. One of the drills that Bill Taylor used to have you do is right when you approached your slide, as soon as your slide foot touched the ground, so for David Ozio for his 5th step, as soon as his slide foot on his 5th step touched the ground, as he was pushing into his slide, he would close his eyes, and then what Bill's philosophy was is that would take all that fear out of your mind, being afraid of going high or afraid of going light. You trust your swing. As soon as your slide pad goes down, so he actually bowled the whole telecast on TV, all 4 games, with his eyes closed, and he set the record. I think it was 1,050 for 4 games at the time.
They were a little wide open that week.
Yeah.
There were a few records set during qualifying, if I remember.
The lanes were wide open and his eyes were wide
That
shut.
was wide shut.
Yeah.
David Ozio, former high roller champ, Coach K.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a high roller champion.
Yep.
One of the great, fundamentally pure games. Hard to find anybody with better fundamentals, timing. I mean, he was absolutely just the picture of perfection on the lanes, right?
I heard he started bowling again. I know he was injured. So look out, PBA 50.
Yep. See Harry Mickelson down here he's on camera right now on 23 and 4. Looks like he's lined up to the pocket. He's always been a tremendous spare shooter, keeps the frames clean, grind out type of a player, and looks like he's clean through 7 with a double up there. So he's got a chance for 230 left in this game still. So he's lined up pretty good, looking sharp.
Harry's another one of those guys, if you watch him, you can't tell if he's winning or losing. Just a very calm, classy demeanor. The players love to cross with Harry.
And there's our champion from last night here on lanes 19 and 20.
Kevin Gagnon.
Kevin Gagnon.
Gets out pretty clean.
He sure does. Has a good rev rate, nice roll, good strong ball roll. He's got a nice game. For a big guy, he really kind of has a lot of touch and finesse at the bottom, doesn't he?
Oh, that's my only problem. I had to get in the picture with Kevin and Mike last night, and Mike's about, what are you, Mike? Are you 7 foot, Mike? Close, maybe.
No, I'm only like 6'2".
Well, good. Now I feel even worse.
I appreciate that, though.
Yeah, well,
Because you know what they say about tall guys.
I've heard that.
You wear the big and tall clothes.
Mi casa, su casa, or something like that. So there's Mike, and there's Kevin Gagnon, and then there's me and Steve. I don't know if you've noticed, we've known each other a long time. I'm not that tall. I'm not very tall.
aren't?
No. I might give the appearance that I am, but I'm really not that tall.
You're larger than life, Brad. Let's see what other action we got going on here. 15 and 16. We've got a spare 8-bagger. Bears fan. I can tell that looking at his jersey here on 15 and 16.
So is that where we decided the title match is, right in front of us on 15 and 16 tomorrow for $20,000? I think that's what we decided on. I'm going to leave that to the tech guys.
That sounds like a good choice, though.
Remember the TV pair at Showboat, Steve?
Oh man! Tell you what, 51 and 2, 59 and 60. Those were some big pairs there in bowling. A lot of money won and lost on those pairs.
Oh boy!
Makes me think of a Queen song. Those were the days of our lives. Do me a favor, Steve. Can you ban this guy? All you do is there's a ban button. You click on that right there. Yep, and then you go over to forever, and then down below, clear messages. Done. Close. That's how you take care of business.
See, I would have called the FBI.
I'll tell you what, we're really happy with live stream. We got approved for a YouTube streaming account, which is very hard to do. And we can stream on YouTube, but the chat on live stream, we love it. And we just stick with what works right now. But we did something at the Boot Hill that we've never done before, and you could actually click on what pair you wanted to watch there on YouTube. It requires us bringing another cube like we have down here, and it worked. But we've just been really happy with live stream, but we archive everything on YouTube.
So, where's this going to be in 10 years? In 10 years, what are we going to do?
Well, the guy that we haven't talked about as much as I probably should is Brian Burkhart. I'm just the front man. He's the guy that gets it all done. And he has huge goals, very lofty goals down the road. What would be ideal is if we had an actual place where we just had the cameras set up stationary all the time, and we just went to that place and live streamed from that one place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be really cool if the folks at the new South Point Convention Center bowling stadium they're building, if they gave us a call and said, hey, we want to, what would you need to get this place totally tapped out and ready to go for some live streaming?
Totally wired, huh? Well,
that would be some cool stuff right there.
That would be pretty cool.
Count me in.
Yeah. Here in the chat, too, we just had a comment from Kelly O. Said, look out, Randy Peterson. Steve Kloempken is the new play-by-play man.
In the house, huh? That's a great compliment, because I tell you, I enjoy listening to the telecast with
Me
Randy
too.
on. He's a wealth of knowledge and very entertaining. And
I think Randy's more into bowling these days. The new reinvented Randy Peterson.
he does. He had
He had a great month of bowling there, didn't he?
Oh man, I tell you what, and he's kind of like reigniting that flame in a champion like that. You know, maybe when he's back off the lanes, he's kind of the competitive juices maybe kind of die down a little bit, but get him back on, get him bowling good, get some strikes going, you start feeling it again. I saw the clip that he had when he needed a hit to win that title and running it out, and it was just
10 in the pit.
right back in there, back in Randy throughout his career, another Hall of Fame.
Mike, I sent you a link. I know you're busy, probably didn't have a chance to look at it. That link of Rudy winning.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I didn't have a chance to share it with Jeff. I was a little busy this morning, but yeah, it was really cool. It's out on YouTube.
Yeah, Rudy in 1986.
Was he bowling in bowling shoes or the high top sneakers that he was
question.
kind of famous for back then?
All I know is there were certain bowling centers in New York he couldn't bowl in because his backswing was so high back then. He was banned from a couple.
That'd probably be the only way you could beat him back then. Bowl him in a center where he has to cut that swing off at head level.
Make him look like Pete Thomas. Watch Pete Thomas lately. You seen him bowl lately?
I have not, but I've seen his name up there. He
He's
was
a
on
great
live stream in Reno for the Open Championships. He was on for singles and doubles. They had live streaming of his team. And, Yeah, I think he had the front. He had the front 9 there, or might have been the front 11 left at ring 10 possibly. Maybe it was 299, 279 or 299.
Well, that's a weekly thing. That's
which
nothing
is
new.
Nothing new, even on a tough
Yeah.
condition.
Yeah.
He's good with it.
But if you get an opportunity to watch him, I mean, nobody knows if he takes 8, 9, 10, or 14 steps, and his backswing never gets up higher than his hip. Clean release, you keep waiting for the ball to hook, and it never does. And all he does is strike.
And he still has enough, power on the ball, enough energy at the pins
And he carries.
to carry
Yeah.
it. And you wouldn't think it. You're waiting for, you're waiting for the pocket 5-7 or.
He's not a power player.
You're expecting some kind of a weaker type of a hit. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, I just think he's just so deadly accurate.
Yeah. I tell you what, the one thing that you can measure it a little bit, but it's not really that accurate now. A lot of the scoring systems in bowling, they have those speed monitors, and it measures the ball speed down at 50 feet, but it's really not that accurate. But if you had a way to measure his consistency of his ball speed off his hand from shot to shot, I bet you not only is he accurate in terms of hitting the same mark, but his launch angle and his consistency of speed, I'm guessing if you had to say, hey, why is he so good? That's where my money would say. That has to be where he's.
He can repeat shots.
Repeating shots, yeah. Yep.
And he's a better golfer.
I have heard that
That's a scary thing.
Yeah, he's not just a one-sport
No.
champion, but he's a scratch-level player as well on the golf course. Good hand-eye coordination, what it sounds like. Let's see, 13 and 14. I'm going to move the camera over here. Let's see if we can maybe in the right side here, we can at least catch the ball going down the lane on 13. It looks like we're all the way over on 14, sorry. 269 left, though. He's in the 11th. And he's high flush. Looking good. Looks like he's got an IQ Tour solid, shiny finish there to get it through the fronts. Good balance, clean release, good heavy roll on the ball. Looks like he's playing kind of the middle part of the lane.
But seriously, tell us what you think about his game. You tech guys, you're all like.
Yeah, I can't.
But I hope people realize what you just did. You just turned the camera on, and 3 seconds later, you named 8 things about this guy's game, and of course you're dead on.
Gets it out to the right a little more and it still comes back. He's got a good look right there.
Yeah, I was going to say he was through the front part of the lane. He was a good 3 to 4 boards farther to the right, but
and it kicked back.
That's
so
a Storm product.
And when you get a little bit later in the day, right, the shot opens up a little bit in certain places on certain pairs. When you have that look, you got to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. And it doesn't necessarily mean to get your feet too far to the left either. Just stay where you're at and play that little extra room you got out there to the right. This is a 3-to-1 ratio.
Yep.
2.8 to 1, but we'll just round up.
Yep.
And what's good about the big game in these 3-game qualifying squads is, I mean, there's 269, there's 276. I'm not going to say they can coast, but if they have a little bit of tournament experience, they're going to know they don't have to press now. They can, 2-0, 2-0, and they can make a cut. Should take pressure off.
It should.
Bowling a big game.
And as long as you have the right, mental approach where you don't get too defensive, just be smart.
Keep the ball in play.
Difference between being smart and then being protective. You don't have to really protect it, but you just realize what you have to do. Realize the kind of the work you have ahead of you, which is, like you said, Brad. There, let's find a way to shoot for the next couple games. Stay clean, get a couple doubles, make our spares, and move on and advance.
I mean, he's moving 10 lanes that way, and they're going to be a little different. He's going to throw his first ball. Now, it maybe be interesting to see what happens in the first few frames.
It will be. Well, look, we have coming up here on 11 and 12. We've got our 8-14 bowler from our first day. He's throwing the Defiant Soul. Looks like he's kind of standing about the same part on, maybe a little bit deeper than he was that time, but he's crossing 17, 18 at the arrows. ball picked up and hooked a lot more. And that's some of what I'm hearing, Brad, is that when the bowlers are making the move from the high end of the house and coming down to the low end,
they go the other way.
more friction down here. There's more hook down here by the cameras. And then it gets a little bit tighter when you go out to the right, the middle, and the high end.
And again, sections of the center of different characteristics. Sam's Town's like that. We have a lot of events at Sam's Town and have had a lot of it in the past 10 years. And 56 lane center, you can easily divide that into 3 sections, and they just play totally different. You watch one lane machine do the entire center, and their 3 sections are different.
Yeah. And we were talking just a little bit earlier. You brought up this really cool book.
Isn't that incredible?
It's a history of the high roller, and right in that very back page, it had a picture of John Davis.
Yeah.
Was in here, and we did a seminar and some work with Kegel just a couple of years ago in 2010. Had a seminar series, and one of the big things that Kegel's been on about that in terms of looking at how lanes play across the entire house is that they actually have a machine and a service they did where they would go in and map the lanes and would find that certain areas of the house, for example, not only do you have different friction levels, for lanes that have more play, but you have different topography of the lanes. And you would find out, I remember I heard many years ago, because I actually used to work at Sam's Town. This was back many years ago, but I actually worked at Sam's Town, and that there's moisture and there's water running several feet underground. Sam's Town's in the basement, right?
Right.
It's underground.
Right, there's a spring underneath.
And there's a spring that's underneath the lanes. There's certain parts of that center that there's more humidity and moisture.
Yeah, the spring doesn't run throughout the whole center. It's only one section.
And that moisture definitely affects the levelness and the topography of certain parts, and subsequently you get different lanes and different parts of the lanes and different bowling centers that play different, not just Sam's Town, but different bowling centers all around the globe.
Yeah. We were talking the other day, I keep talking about the old showboat days only because it was so much fun to keep thinking about it, but the crowds were so large that the fire department used to come in and say, the only way we're not going to chase people out, you have to keep the doors open down by 1 and 2. Remember that here at the pro shop?
Yeah.
So it's 115 degrees out, but we had to have those doors open. So naturally, 1 to 10, were different.
Yeah.
You just knew that. And then when you're making that turn coming from, the high 60s, maybe even 69, 70 down to 7 and 8, it was like playing in a different bowling center.
Yeah.
Hey guys, you just mentioned John Davis, and we've been out here for a couple of weeks streaming, and I got a video queued up here of Bill and Barbara Chrisman actually receiving the very first John Davis Award, an interview I did with them at Bowl Expo. So we'll step away from the action for just a second. Let's take a look and see Bill and Barbara receiving their award. Hey guys, I'm here with Bill and Barbara Chrisman, obviously pioneers of this great game, and there's a new award. Unfortunately, we lost John Davis in the last 12 months from Kegel. He was an innovator of the lane machine, and our great company of Storm, which I'm proud to be a part of, has been innovative over the years. And Bill and Barbara have received the John Davis Award, presented by the Foundation to a member for outstanding contributions and extraordinary efforts on behalf of the advancement of the sport of the bowling. We'll start with you, Barbara. What does it mean to you to receive this award?
I want to thank Kegel and the John Davis Foundation for recognizing Bill and Storm's efforts for how much we do care about bowling and how much we have done. And it's kind of quite an honor to be put in the same category as John.
He was an amazing man, Bill Chrisman. Tell us a little bit about what this award means to you.
Actually, the award, it means a lot to me because it's in John's name. John and I were friends, and we spoke very often about how to keep the integrity of bowling and how to advance the game of bowling. So, he would talk on the phone for hours. And as long as you wanted to talk, he'd talk to you. So I miss the guy, and he really was dedicated his whole life to bowling and to making bowling a better sport particularly a better sport for everybody, not just a better recreation, but a better sport.
Well, both of you guys have done that with Storm. Storm is number 1 right now. We are truly the titleist of bowling balls. I really appreciate being able to come on board with both of you and be part of this thing. Here with the Chrismans, they are the honorees here, the John Davis Award from Kegel.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. Now let's get serious, huh? Congratulations, Bill and Barbara. Let's get serious. Oh, hey, is there something on my nose?
No, that was funny. Randy, what a character.
That was Randy.
That was neat, though, to see. You could tell that award really meant something to both Bill and Barbara to win that.
Yeah, it really did, and it's so cool to be able to capture these things. That's part of my job, too, is I've been uploading these things, and you mentioned John Davis, and I just thought, wow, Bill and Barbara, first recipients of this new award.
Yeah.
Boom, we got it right there for you, so hope you enjoyed that.
Bill and John were very close for years. We're involved in a lot of projects together.
I was working for Extra Frame at the time when John Davis passed away, the morning that we found out. And I opened up the broadcast and I let everybody know. And I went and grabbed Jason Couch, who was someone that John had believed in and had pushed to go out on tour. And we had a really nice 10-minute conversation about John that morning. I had spoken to Chris Chartrand from Kegel that morning, got some details about what had happened. It was a really, really tough day for everyone down at Kegel. And still miss John Davis in this industry. He was a pioneer, and he certainly loved himself some bowling.
Sure did. George Palumbo, we've got a former TAT champion. I think he won this event here about 10 years ago?
Yeah.
I think it was. Been some time now. He's a great local player here and competes nationally, regionally and nationally. Looks like he's making taking him a little bit of challenge getting matched up here. He's got a spare open and left the 4-8 again, going from the high end down to the low end here. You got to make some adjustments, ball changes, speed adjustments, alignment, all kinds of stuff you got to do to combat it. Oh, and that's just.
Did you know that George is now a United States postal employee?
I did not know that.
He just got a certification.
Really?
Yep.
Now, are they opening up a lot of new positions with the U.S. Post Office?
I hope so.
I know they are delivering packages for UPS locally now.
Yeah,
like they're UPS is actually utilizing the USPS for delivering their UPS packages.
I've been told they've been in trouble since John Bertolina retired.
Oh.
Because he pretty much ran
Kept that
the
place
post
going,
office,
didn't
didn't
he?
he?
Yeah,
I think he did.
He did. He ran a tight ship too, I tell you. I know he has about as loosey-goosey, relaxing, good times personality when he's out here, even when he's competing.
Beer for everyone type attitude, yeah.
But boy, when it came down to work, he didn't. Yeah. He kept them in line. He kept them.
Well, John was a pretty high muckety muck up there for years.
He was enjoying retirement here though in Las Vegas.
Yeah, moved to Vegas.
Yep.
Bowling every week of his life and something down here.
Now you spend a lot of time here, Brad, during the year, don't you?
No, I'm here. I'm full time. I'm a
Full-time,
local.
All year. You're local now.
I'm here 10 years now.
How do you compare life in Las Vegas versus first several years of your life on the East Coast?
Yeah, well, I spent 50-some years in New Jersey, and then we headed west. It's different, Steve. It's different. I enjoy it. I like the weather. I don't know if it's that I like the weather here or I don't like the weather back east. Maybe it's a combination. I mean, back in New Jersey, we used to go from November to April without seeing the sun. And out here, sometimes there's a little too much sun, but I enjoy it. I get through these 110-degree days for 8 consecutive weeks.
How many snow shovels did you throw out when you moved?
Well, when I sold my house, I left it for the new owner. That was part of the deal. The year we moved here from New Jersey, we had 96 inches of snow. That winter.
Hey guys, I'm down here behind lanes 11 and 12 now. Actually, I'm assuming you still got the camera on these guys.
We do.
On letter A is actually Cam Mustalfi, and he's in the middle division. And then there's George Palumbo, who is letter B, as you mentioned, Steve. He opened with 267 the first game.
Wow, did he really?
And Cam opened with 188. Then also someone from the Harvey Johnson stable, Marvin Hale, also on this pair. We saw him last night in the Storm Challenge make a pretty deep run. He cashed. He bowled 204 the first game and now has an opening spare triple, looking for the ham bone or the four-bagger, depending on what you prefer. So George, Marvin, and Cam down here on 11 and 12.
That's a great pair. I tell you what, there is some serious talent right there. Let's see what Marvin does here. Looks like he's playing somewhere near the fourth arrow.
He likes to play deep.
He's an inside kind of a guy, isn't he?
Right between the fourth and fifth arrow.
Ooh.
He didn't like that.
Looked like he got the ball out to about 8-9 down lane. So he hooked it back pretty far on the back end. He's got a pretty good rev rate. Axis rotation gets around the side of the ball, helps open up the back ends, and looks like he's liking a little extra friction down here.
Yeah, Mike Albert's actually hanging out down here too, who we talked to last night. Also made a deep run at the Storm Challenge last night. That was a great event to get to know some of the bowlers. Helped me out a whole lot.
That was a fun event.
Hey guys, I've actually got George Palumbo here in the middle of competition. George, what are you seeing out on the lanes right now?
They're a little bit drier down on this side of the house. Down there was a little bit more push in the front part of the lane. Where here, there's not as much push. Completely different sides.
Opened up with a big game and coming down here a little bit different. Good luck to you, bud.
Thank you much.
It's George Palumbo, past champion. Oh, Louie. Hey, we got to go. It's up in the booth right now.
Mr. Vegas.
You know what? I got a new name for Louie. I just came up with it. And I think you guys are going to know what I'm talking about, too. Leisure Suit Louie. Do you guys remember that game?
Leisure Suit Larry?
Yeah, there was
I
a
do.
video game.
Yeah, it was.
An adult video game for computers called Leisure Suit Larry.
I like it.
Leisure Suit Louie.
I'm in.
Oh man. Now we're Bob Marley in it. We're jamming. Oh, I love it. Freaking love it.
Let's see, we've got a request here from a Florida bowler for a Ray Lofthouse to get him back on.
That's Ray right there, walking away with the glasses. So he looks like it's like 21-2
Let's see what we
in
can
that
do
area.
here.
Welcome to the booth, Louie.
What's going on?
Not much. I got your video uploaded for you
Okay, cool.
of our man.
Our lefty, the $5,000 lefty winner.
You bet your bippy.
That was probably the most best vibe I've gotten at the TAT, as the one I had last night with the music and people were cheering, and
There was a lot of action.
It
at the
was
end.
really
There's
good.
A lot of clapping, a lot of rooting, a lot of
Yeah, it
energy
was
in
fun.
here.
it was really good.
Yeah.
You were definitely feeling it last night, Louie. You were very intense getting out of here. But there's your video right there.
Oh, nice.
As Louie analyzes his camera work right now.
Yeah.
The whole Storm Challenge is now uploaded to YouTube as well and edited. So all that's available out on the Inside Bowling YouTube channel.
There were lots of people asking for it last night, so that's cool.
Yeah, it's there.
When you say edited, can you change the winners?
You can do anything with editing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really could. Brad Edelman, your 2013 Storm Challenge winner.
We can change the Zapruder film with editing.
I haven't missed a spare all week.
Steve's getting creative with the cameras now.
Cool new shot here. Now we've got Marvin Hale and Ray both on. A couple requests there from the chat room, so we're able to. The fact that how many cameras do you have set up here?
We have 7 total.
7 cameras. This is awesome. What
But keep in mind, 3 of them are scoreboard cameras.
okay.
That's how we're able to bring in the scores down below when we go to that shot from time to time.
It's more cameras than the NFL uses, I think.
Well, we were going to ask you, Brad, if we could install a cable that goes down the entire length of the building. We could fly over to whatever pair we want with a remote control.
That would be cool.
I don't think we're far off from that.
Have you looked into miking the finalists? Is that ever doable?
Yeah, it's about a $200 microphone pack per player that plugs into the board. We just actually got this new board. It's its 3rd event, and it has 8 inputs in it. Our old board used to have 6.
Now I got a question though. If you are mic'd as a finalist, are we gonna have? Because I just know my language when I'm bowling sometimes.
No
Maybe it's-
bleeping.
Yeah. Do you have like a 7-second delay
No.
in case you need to, or is it just we're doing it?
Just doing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Are there any restrictions these days online as far as language and?
No.
And
If
there
you
really
wanted
aren't.
to if right now you just wanted to just drop some bombs, that
There's-
would be on you.
There's no FCC anything, Big Brother, nothing. Okay.
No, not at all. And that just goes to show how smart and classy we are, because we have the ability to do that. We have no filter here.
And we've had a lot of reason to do it at times.
Oh, yeah, especially when your internet just goes down in the middle of the day. The internet actually went down again today. But because I knew how to fix it yesterday, now I know how to fix it today, and people didn't even notice.
Well, this connection was put in specifically for you. I'm sure they'll get some other use for it. But,
Right, yeah,
but
it's
they,
perfect.
They really put it in just for this event.
Yeah, and we love the Orleans. Hey, if you're looking for a place to come to Vegas, forget the Strip. Come to the Orleans. I mean, there's nothing better than this place. A little bit of everything here.
And it's close enough to the Strip.
Except the crap tables. They're no good.
Lou, are you still betting the Cubs?
Were you wearing your leisure suit while you were playing craps?
No.
I think
Leisure
that's
suit
why.
Louie.
That's why, Lou. It's just an apparel thing.
It was a beatdown. Like it always is. But the Orleans is jam-packed down there. It's
Yeah, it is.
Friday in Vegas.
Yeah. It was actually sold out. This hotel here was sold out on Wednesday night. Sold out.
Holiday week.
Okay, on Wikipedia here it says Leisure Suit Larry is a series of adventure games written by Al Lowe and published by Sierra from 1987 to 2009. The main character is Larry Laffer, who, though still somewhat is lovable, is a balding, dorky, double entendre speaking, leisure suit wearing loser in his 40s.
So you nailed that one, Mike.
The games
I'm not
follow
in my
him as
40s.
he spends much of his life trying to seduce attractive women.
Spot on.
Well, wait. I'm not balding.
You have luscious hair, Louie.
I'm
man.
not
You're like that at
dorky.
all. You're
No, I am a loser
you're
at
not in your
craps.
40s.
I'm
No.
not my 40s.
Now, I had no idea that's what this description was.
Yeah, right, Flanagan. Just remember, your office is going to be right next to mine.
Steve, we're actually going to cut a hole in the wall, and we're going to put that little string in between and put the cups on each end.
Yeah.
And that's how we're going to communicate.
I'd take that wall down if it were me.
We should
I
take
think
it
you
down.
guys should have one big office, just you two.
Yeah,
Could do that.
that's a good idea.
This gets back to that ebony and ivory theme again.
Yeah, we could come in with the sledgehammers.
Yeah.
Chadwick could do it.
Could you imagine that?
Chadwick lost his that big guy Doug though. Doug the IT guy. We had a he went
Chadwick
somewhere else.
lost that big guy, Doug.
Yeah, he got a new job, and so now Chadwick's down an IT guy. Mr. Chadwick.
Are you guys in the new addition there at the plant? Is that where the office
Oh,
is
yeah.
at?
We're on there's the marketing end of it, where Bill's land over on one end, and on the other end is the accounting side. And so we're over on the accounting side where it's very quiet.
I am actually tickled to death about where my office is going to be located. It is right next to Louie over in the accounting side. I'll be with the beautiful Matt Walker,
You get the beautiful Misty.
the beautiful Misty, the beautiful Denise,
Yeah.
And Corinne.
And
Corinne.
Yeah.
I'll be with the beautiful Michael Chadwick.
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
going to be
Mr. Gittens.
unbelievable. Mr. Chris Gittens, who's going to just walk over my budget on my giveaways
Yeah.
and say you've given away too much product.
That's why they put you close. Exactly. So his walks are shorter to your office.
That's right.
He's just a messenger, though.
I'm actually really tickled to death to be away from the D's. I'm happy to be away from the D's.
You know what? I was actually looking at that personality profiles, and I was looking at Misty Scott, our other gentleman who's in accounting, and Denise. And yes, you were all they're all high C's and all perfectionist personalities.
And I get to hang out over there.
You get to hang out over there.
And I'm the I. I'm a heavy I.
Exactly.
My D is almost equal to my I,
Yeah.
but I'm an I.
I think you'll be a good influence on each other.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
You guys still have that 3-hour lunch break at Storm that I've always heard about? Does that still go on?
Only when Bill's out of town.
I think Bill's listening.
He could be.
I thought Bill was going to stop by last night.
Well, that was the word. I saw Bill at Bowl Expo and invited him down. If he was in town, I'm sure he would have been here.
Yeah, this whole move into the office, Brad, I don't know how this thing's going to go over. You know, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to put in my office because I like to have a lot of gadgets sitting around. I'm for sure going to bring my Nerf gun and about 40 bullets. 40 of those Nerf bullets with the suction cups on the end. And when people walk in, I always lick the end of it and see if I can peg them right in the forehead. So be careful, Steve and Louie, Leisure Suit and Coach.
Mike, you're gonna have to bowl in that Tuesday night league with these guys, or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
What night is that league? You guys all bowling?
Thursday.
My
Thursday
goal is
night,
to
okay.
actually have the high average in the league.
Yeah. Yeah. See, competitive. I told you he's been playing this off like, oh, I'm not that good. I'm not. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yes.
treat that league like it's the Professional Bowlers Tour.
You're gonna run him out in practice. You and Mike Miller.
Yeah, me and Mike Miller. There
Run
you
him out in
go.
practice. Slap him out in practice. He did that one time at the PBA National Championships in Toledo. It was the first shot. It was hilarious. Very first shot of practice. Dead quiet, right? First shot, 8 in the morning. Well, he was already taped up, loosened up, ready to go, and he knew he was going to be the first guy out there to throw the very first shot of practice. So as soon as the lights came on, he got down. He threw the shot fast, ran it out, slid on one knee, and screamed at the top of his lungs. Oh, what a character.
Completely whacked out, man.
Completely.
But you hear more Mike Miller stories than anybody out there.
Hey guys, Marvin Hale can still shoot 235 here after opening up with a 2-0 game. George Palumbo started out with complete disaster after opening up with 260. While we've been talking, he was able to put together a 4-bagger, open in the 9th, but he can still bail out 2-0 here this game. That's a big save.
Ooh, nice shot there from Marvin. Just that one absolutely 10 in the pit for his double in the 10th, so he's got 230 here in the bag.
A lot of gold balls going down the lanes here.
Speaking of in the bag, what a great job that Louie does with the in the bag on the Storm YouTube channel. If Louie was here, I'd thank him straight to his face. But
Well, you know that the one thing about that,
yeah,
we've always been timely getting the shows up. ESPN and PBA gave us complete access to the players and the set. And I don't know for sure if we're going to be allowed to use actual footage coming up here with their new deal.
right.
It makes it a lot easier to edit when you got some highlights. Or if that's not the case, maybe we can shoot while we're on set.
Yeah.
They used to forbid you for doing that, but it makes it better when you have some actual highlights. But I was real happy with how In the Bag turned out this year.
Yeah, it's been going really well. And
Yeah,
I've
it's
had
great
fun being
feature.
out there with you.
Well, when we win every tournament, it's a lot easier. I mean,
Yeah.
But you know, I got to know Tom Clark a little bit, and even Jeff Reese and the Extra Frame guys. They do a good job. They try as hard as they can.
Oh, they do.
They
work
really,
their
really
tails
do.
off.
They don't have that big of a crew, and they do try hard. They really, really
I
do.
personally believe that the Bull TV guys and the Extra Frame guys are actually extremely jealous of this gig I got going here with this Inside Bowling. And the reason why I say that is we can do whatever we want to do, and we have no people to answer to.
Right.
Those guys, they
yeah.
got a paid group of fans that they can't
yeah.
offend,
Yeah.
you know, and they're constantly under the radar.
Oh, yeah.
And in Bowl TV, those guys got to be very careful because they're a multi-million-dollar governing body.
We're kind of the cable. We're cable, and
We're MTV.
we're MTV.
Yeah, Bowl TV is basically, here's what it is. We're MTV, the PBA is ESPN, and Bowl TV is NBC.
Yeah, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. Now, we didn't have, I think I know what we're missing.
Snooki?
No, we're missing, well, you know, like the PBA had Ashley Galante for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And Jackie Boland. We're missing a babe.
Yeah, it's me. Basically, we got me. I'm the lane side guy.
We're missing like a,
Louie, you can't get the Kardashians down here for
the Kardashians.
I'll tell you what, we're talking about doing this show at Storm. We're talking about doing this show on a weekly basis, Brad. And my goal is to try to get as many celebrities to come on that show as possible, or at least make the phone calls live on the show to see if we can't get in touch with, you know, their publicist and send them bowling equipment and things like that. I'm gonna put that down in the old noggin up here. We need a Kardashian on that show. That doesn't even exist yet.
Well, the one show that we were thinking about doing is on one particular week we send out bowling balls to and I've been that was one of my things I was going to do before we brought this up, but I wanted to send Dan Patrick and all the what does he call them again?
the Danettes.
The
Yeah,
Danettes.
Thank you. Very good.
I
a
just
fan.
wanted to send them a ball.
I'm a fan of that too, Brad.
So-
No wonder we get along so damn
That's
well.
right.
So one of the things we're going to do with the show when Flanagan gets there is the week before we're going to send balls out to people with we don't expect anything from them. We're just sending the balls out, and then Flanagan's going to call them on the show and to try to get it in and say, hey, did you get those balls? And hopefully someone somewhere says, yeah, I got that. Boy, it smelled like cherries. It was great. And so then Flanagan gets to talk to like maybe Howard Stern.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we want to do.
Right. And
We want to be known as this bowling show that is relative to the mainstream entertainment industry.
right.
Our goal is to be on TMZ. Like, we want TMZ to cover something to happen on our show.
Absolutely.
Right, so we send 3 balls to TMZ to, you're right. That's how we do it. I watch TMZ.
I wanna, Steve, you and I and Louie, we're going to the Super Bowl next year with media credentials, and we're gonna be down on the field, and we're gonna interview the Super Bowl champions from our show.
And give them a sink.
Yeah, we will, and it'll be bowling related because it's at the Super Bowl.
And we talked about earlier about creating the new celebrity division, right? We
Yes,
talked about that
we
on
did.
the show, celebrity division here at the TAT. What a great lead in there to get
Yeah, I
some of
believe
these.
Nina Hartley is interested already.
She's still around.
Nina Hartley.
Legendary actress.
She meets the qualifications for the celebrity division.
And I don't know if you heard this or not, but I'm going to paint my door green at Storm, and I will always be behind the green door.
Where's Spike Flanagan? He's behind the green door.
See, I may be young or middle-aged, I guess, now, but I can still rap with the older folks.
Right on.
Well, meanwhile, name 2 movies Nina Hartley was in. That's my point.
Well, I was trying to come up with some that were appropriate to say on the air.
Hey, speaking of Kardashians, how was Bruce Jenner at Bowl Expo? How'd that go? Anybody catch it?
I did not catch it. Louie?
I caught a little.
Leisure
I mean,
Suit
I
Lou?
wasn't there, but I caught a little bit. Hey,
Leisure
they always
Suit
get.
Louie
You know
saw?
what? Instead of now, the guy they had the year before was the astronaut who's married to.
Nina Hartley, I think.
No.
Congresswoman.
The congresswoman who got shot,
Oh,
and
right,
he was
right.
really good. Mark
Yeah.
something.
The astronaut, yeah.
But you know what? Who's booking Bruce Jenner? Now I liked Bruce Jenner back in 1976 when he won the decathlon and all that. But then he turned into this. Now he's got plastic surgery. His face looks like it's all. I don't know. I'm not a big Bruce Jenner guy anymore.
What are you saying, Louie? Anybody with plastic surgery you don't
No,
like?
not anybody. But
Oh.
I'd rather personally have High Roller Chuck give the speech at Bowl Expo than
Guys, I'm going to be off the broadcast for a second. I'll let you know when I resume.
Bruce Jenner. Can you imagine what High Roller Chuck would be like giving a speech?
Chuck would be great.
Oh, he really would.
One of these days, and I already told him, when Randy Peterson can't make it to the military tournament for whatever reason, we're moving Chuck in as master of ceremonies.
Absolutely.
High roller Chuck.
Do you know what a bowling legend Chuck is? He's got this guy who wants to buy his bowling center in New Jersey, Curtis Lanes, and the guy wants to turn half of it into an entertainment center, an FEC, and Chuck won't sell it to him because he's going to do it. He goes, no, if you're going to buy it, it's got to be a bowling center. What kind of a guy? You know what? That's old school. That's what you need. He is a true blue bowling center proprietor. There's no
I don't know how
go-karts.
smart he is, but he's for old school.
Yeah, but there's no go-karts. There's no, it's just, he's got that. Doesn't he have like a
Bowling,
92-year-old lady running the counter or something?
Yeah. and then she goes and makes lunch at the snack bar.
It reminds me of
She'll
like
drill you a ball too if you.
She knows. Actually, she follows
your
Coach
storm
K.
ball.
She follows Coach K on pin placements and where to put the
nice.
weight hole.
She was.
Has she liked my page yet on Facebook?
I don't know.
Steve, she was the only ball driller in New Jersey that got the quantums right.
Did that include the one with the stripe with the different?
Where half the ball wasn't half the
urethane
ball was rubber.
half and half was reactive.
High roller Chuck wants to come out with reactive rubber. And he was running that by me, and I said, I'll ask Coach K.
That's got some technical merits to it, actually.
Actually, it's if Victor Marion
It does.
could think about it, Victor could come up with something.
Hey, if you give that idea to Victor, he will be out of commission for the next 7 months thinking about that idea. So let's keep that one from him for a little bit.
If you ever need an Excel program written on anything with Excel, which I don't even know the first thing about, but Victor does things with Excel that could be, they're just unbelievable.
I know you have to double click to get into Excel. After that, I don't know.
If it doesn't have music and colors, I don't even know what the program is. I'm off in that other area there.
Victor actually got Excel to rotate his tires on his Toyota Venza. Last I heard.
You know, High Roller Chuck's been with us for 20 years now.
I do
Hope
know
you
that.
Of course, he'll never catch Chet and Carol working on 30 years.
I remember when I bowled my first high roller in
Here we go, Steve. Put your seatbelt on.
I think it was 95. And high roller Chuck, he didn't have long hair and he had glasses and he was married at the time.
He did not have long hair at one point?
Nope.
Get out of here. Really?
And he was meaner. He was way meaner.
Really?
And he was a little disturbed. But then the next year, he had gotten divorced and let his hair grow long and became High Roller Chuck.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's how that all happened.
That's when we started going in to the different establishments in Vegas at 2 a.m.
Can we mention any of this?
The various locales.
OGG.
I wouldn't know.
OGG.
I don't
Chuck
think
and I-
Steve was there either. You weren't there for those.
Vegas has a lot to
Excursions.
offer. Louis, he's drugged me along on a few of them. I don't know if I've gotten the full Vegas experience. Like,
Well, did he end up in jail?
well,
Then you didn't get the full.
he didn't. Yeah.
High Roller Chuck and I would be out at the OG until 4 or 5 a.m. and have to work the roller at 8. And
Well, you're always on time, so
we were always on time, and
had a smile on your face.
yeah, we were. I was still intoxicated.
Can we say intoxicated on?
We could say whatever
that?
we want.
Okay.
If I didn't get fired at Bull Expo, I'm home free now.
Yeah, you guys had some telecasts there that were.
You know, the cool, the one thing at the line for me at Bull Expo was when they had Doan Mose and Steve Todd and Peterson, and it was just crazy in the booth, and all they kept talking about, because Doan and Steve Todd is eating in Vegas in buffets.
Oh, they like the buffets.
And so they were all they were talking about was eating, and so I broke into Randy and go, hey, we just got done talking to the eaters. Now it's time to talk to the Peters, because PDW was coming in the booth. And Randy just about fell right off the chair.
That was a very funny segment. Is that
That's
where they were talking about Mike Miller for 45 minutes? Norm Duke had some
Brian
great stories.
Voss.
Yeah.
And I guess over in Japan, the bathrooms in Japan, the bathrooms are different in Japan. And Steve's been over there, so maybe he can.
Now wait a minute.
I can verify anything you want to know.
Now, what's the deal with the bathroom?
About Tokyo Port Bowl? I've been there 7-8 times.
Is it really true though that they have the kind of weird bathrooms?
It is very true. And the unique thing is that you don't always get, they call them Eastern toilets for, Asian style, which there's no chair. There's no sitting down. You have.
Are you guys putting me on, or this is on the level?
You
I've
need
never
a
been there.
No, this is the true
Yeah,
story.
okay,
This is a true
fine.
deal right here. So there's Eastern toilets and Western toilets. And they even tell you sometimes there's a little sign outside that will say Western or Eastern. Sometimes in the same restroom they'll have a Western toilet, which is like we have here in the U.S., and then there's Eastern, which is basically a hole in the ground, and you're responsible. There's a little post. You declothe. You take off your every piece of clothing you've got, and then it's a balancing act. And then you have to be flexible. You have to be strong. You have to, that's how it works there. Yeah.
Boy, this show's going downhill in the last several minutes.
Now you know the common thing. Louie's bringing us there.
Louie's
bringing us down.
Well, that's why the story
Come on,
about Boss happened then, because
That's
something
right.
terrible
Yes.
happened. Oh my gosh!
That's right.
Well, I'm never gonna. I don't want to go to Japan. I don't want to go to Storm. What do we call that
Storm
again?
Fair.
Storm Fair.
Storm Fair.
I don't want any part of that.
Wendy has some good Japan stories.
She's had a lot of success bowling in Japan,
Yeah,
and
she
she's
has.
been there several times. And I don't know how many titles she's won there, but it's been quite a few.
Well, she goes there even times when she's not bowling just to go.
That's
I mean,
right.
she's
She has
got
some
her
friends, doesn't
there.
she?
yeah.
Yeah.
And the 300 game for what? 100 grand?
100 grand.
100 grand.
Of course, when she came back, they didn't do to her what they did to Mike Newman when he came back from Japan, where they had customs. They cut his bowling balls open looking for drugs.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't hear that.
Wow.
True story. Didn't find any, by the way. I should
Hey guys.
get that in too.
I just want to introduce you to a few people here. This is my buddy Kurt right here. I used to work with him at Crest Bowl and Florissant, one of my best
Kurt,
friends.
how are you?
Hi, Kurt.
And Louie, Brad, and Steve. And this is Matt Turek. He normally sits in
know
that
Matt
chair
Turek.
right there
I know Matt
and does
Turek.
all the producing for
Oh,
us.
that-
Now,
He's
now, are you working tomorrow at the finals? Because we need a director. I've been on Flanagan. We need a director because I'm getting all these great shots. And
Louie wants to hire you tomorrow.
yeah, we'll hire you and give you all the.
He'd like to have you
free
work tomorrow.
buffets.
If you'll work tomorrow, we'll do something for
Yeah,
you. We'll
just
get you
for
a
the
couple
show.
balls.
Just
We'll
for
get
the show.
How about we send you a couple balls?
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. Well,
All
right here.
You're in.
I'm not sure he can wear that Cardinals hat tomorrow because they now have the second best record in
Yeah.
baseball.
Plus, we got to get him a different shirt.
Oh, that's a good call.
There you go. There
yeah.
you go.
Why don't you
That's
put
it.
that on right
Yeah,
now,
put
Maddie?
that on there.
So I haven't comped him anything yet, guys. So this is my fault, not his.
One comp patch.
Yeah. There you go. Right there. I like. Well, we should have that on the air.
Right.
Anyway, Matt is our experienced guy that clicks all the cameras and sets up all the shots and everything. And he's been with us for 8 months or so. He's been doing a great job for us.
Well, that whole inside bowling crew. Burkhart and Matt and your other guys down there. I mean that.
Yeah.
I was so impressed with everyone's professionalism. Everybody knew their job, and you knew the equipment,
And we've been around 2 years.
and it was awesome. It really, really was.
Yeah, it's just a.
Now I heard there's a rumor that the next InsideBowling.com, there's going to be a special appearance from Brad Edelman.
Oh yeah.
And
I
he's
think
going to
we should have him
he's
there.
going to have some type of big promotion to get some of the inside bowling people
We have
to
to
come
start
out to
talking
Vegas.
about appearance fees here.
I'll tell you what,
I mean,
Brad
this,
and
this
I.
is union, isn't it?
Yesterday, Brad and I talked on the air
Heard
about
it.
doing Inside Bowling West, where
heard
I
it.
would partner with Brad and lean on him and
It's a can't miss.
and joint this thing together.
With the
natural.
idea, now here's the idea too, because there's a whole bunch of bowlers here that I didn't see at the Inside Bowling Tournament.
Right.
And there's a whole bunch of bowlers at the Inside Bowling Tournament that you could get here, and that's just a matter of doing our thing.
It is.
It really,
we
really
could do a
is.
doubles tournament on Friday night and everything.
Let's
But we
get
just-
them and give away, and with entries, let's get them to Vegas.
Yeah.
Steve,
And
he's
let-
giving away my entries now. What am I going to do?
Well, now
No, I'm with you. I'm
I
with
gave
you.
you the recommendation for music
You did.
and guess what?
It was a hit.
It was awesome.
It was a hit.
It was a hit.
No doubt. It was a hit.
I mean, the last,
enjoyed-
Look at Louie.
nothing against anybody, but the last Roto Grip Challenge when I was here was like watching paint dry.
We
And
had to
last
wake
night,
you up to
we
take
had a
pictures.
live-
at
Like
the end.
watching paint.
We had a
dry.
live discotheque. All we needed was the dancing women,
I
and
say
we would have had
Brad,
everything.
Brad, you give away the free entry, and then Louie gives away the free leisure suit when they get here.
That's a good idea.
Be my
And
pleasure.
Burkhart can provide the video game to go with it,
I'm in.
where
Count me
Louie's
in.
walking around trying to seduce women.
I want to see Burkhart and Mr. Chadwick get in the same room.
I want
for an hour.
to build a room where they just all just sit in there for like 2 weeks at a time, and they're not allowed to come out. But we supply everything that they need in
Food,
there.
water.
What they do is they put in a request and they put it in a little drawer like at a bank, and they slide it out to us, and we read the Post-it note, and then we go and get the things that they need, and we deliver them.
Do you know?
They're
And here,
sequestered.
Chadwick did all the when Storm was in the old building. They're still kind of in the old building, but he did all the electrical work before. He wired the whole place. He did the IT work. He did all this different stuff, and he never went to college. He's going to college now, but the one thing about Chadwick is he's not afraid of anything. I mean, he is not afraid
Yeah,
of
neither is
He'll take
Burkhart.
on anything.
which is, I don't know how to, I mean, I'm about as handy at, Chadwick is not afraid of anything. He could go back and say, hey, fix the bowling machine back there. He'd go at it. I mean, it's just,
Yeah, he's an amazing individual.
his dad was in the
You're
Air
right.
Force, and his dad taught him to be like that, just to,
He's self-sufficient.
oh, man, he just,
Very smart guy.
It's cool to have Matt here, though. It was kind of it's cool. Matt and Kurt and Kendall, some of my old peeps I used to work with at Crest Bowl, all came out here to Vegas for a little trip and coming by, and
Now
we're gonna
with-
put Matt to work the next couple days.
do you guys bowl? Do you both bowl?
Oh yeah, they bowl.
Well, you should, next time you come out here, we'll get you an entry.
Kurt's bowled this tournament for
Have
many
you really?
years.
Really? There's 2 recruits right there.
That's right.
Let's get them.
Okay. Shoe him up.
Sign them in. We can take care of the equipment.
I could get you guys some balls
we got
drilled.
some
like
balls.
now we can get you in the tournament, guys.
Weirder things have happened. You walk home with 20 grand.
I could bowl the squad tonight. And you know me, I'd make the TV show, and we'd really be screwed tomorrow.
Flanagan, you and I like the way you throw it. I'd never watched you bowl before, and actually you throw it a lot. You throw it St. Louis style is what I
You
call
watched
it.
me bowl? When?
You throw it kind of like Leroy Bornhop and Kevin Lightfoot and all those guys.
Randy.
from
Kevin,
Right.
yeah.
Randy.
But at least once a week, you and I have
Randy's
to have a
cousin,
challenge
Kevin.
match.
Okay.
Where we listen. All right, Flanagan, let's go.
So
and we go right
when
down
did
and
you
we
watch
bowl
me
again.
bowl?
When you were bowling over at
That wasn't me really bowling, no. That was just me chucking it
Yeah,
a
but
little
I
bit.
saw how you bowl. I like how you bowl.
All right.
See, you're old school. The reason I like how I know you can play outside. I looked at your swing. You could play outside. We could be dangerous.
We could be dangerous. Louie and I, we would walk into a town and just take everybody's money.
Did I ever tell you about the time in the high roller I started off with a spare 9 in a row and the lights went out at the showboat?
Yeah, I believe we
Put
could
your
go back.
seatbelts on, guys.
We watched that one. I'm taking
I
a trip.
actually told that story.
I'm taking a
before,
trip to
but-
the ballroom with these guys. I'll be back to the broadcast in a minute.
A couple years ago, the story started
It really,
for 6 strikes.
it really
Then
was.
It was a 7.
It was
then
a
it was
spare.
8,
Well, that's
then
what Brad likes to say. It really was a spare and 8 in a row.
Spare 8 bagger. You're
Yeah.
right. It was.
And
I was
had,
there. I was
had
there.
just gone out to the
Yeah.
car. I was down $2 grand from craps, and I hadn't bowled nothing. And that back then the sweepers were 20 grand, and I go out to the car and I get a red Sunstorm, Steve-O,
Yeah.
That he left in the trunk.
that I left to bake in the trunk, so it was like 42 hardness.
Ooh.
And I start off, and I'm bowling with Rudy Rebs and John Gaines, and all of the stars are there.
Yeah.
And I start off with a spare and 8 in a row.
But Newman was on your pair. I remember Newman
Was he?
being on your pair. Yeah.
And the lights went out, and I knew exactly what the minute that it happened, and I looked up at the scoreboard, I knew I was dead. It was an act of God.
The night the lights went out in Vegas. Yeah.
It was shortly after that I became an atheist.
And the reason I remember.
We feel for you as bowlers, Louie. We feel for you. We really do. I can empathize.
Yeah, the reason I remember Newman on the pair was he was the only one in the building didn't realize the lights went out.
John Mikowski, rest in peace. John comes down. He goes, "Go on up and see Brad. You're gonna get a couple of free entries." And I'm like, "No, I'm up, John."
But Louie, there's no lights. The machines are off.
Everybody left.
You can't even find your bowling ball.
10 minutes later, I'm down in the settee area waiting for my turn to bowl, and there's
Everybody had left.
everybody had left.
Louie, hey, Steve, Louie might have won $20,000 that day.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in line.
Sure.
Well, I could have.
Yeah,
He could have.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I did buy him a beer. So
He
it
bought
wasn't
me a beer. But then he had to hire me because that's why he hired me. He felt
That's
bad.
right. I did feel bad.
Boy, look at out there. There's certainly a lot of nice-looking audience members here at the Orleans today.
Fans.
Now, that's the second one I... Now, do you guys ever watch
Las Vegas.
any of the reality TV shows like American Restoration or Pawn Stars
I
or
watched
any of those?
Pawn Stars.
It was
What's
cool
your
that Rick Dale was at the Storm booth.
Did you get to meet him?
I did.
Is he cool or is he put on?
Well, he seems like a very, very nice guy.
Spent a lot of time there.
Chrisman, Bill said he's a real good businessman.
Yeah.
And he took a liking to Bill and Barbara, and I think they had a real good time, and it worked out. I mean, he signed probably more autographs there than anyone, and
Yeah, I would think so.
he was there for the 3 hours. And
It's a nationally syndicated show.
have you ever been to the pawn shop?
No.
I want to. As a matter of fact, I might even go. I might do that today. I might drop into that pawn shop and just see it.
I wonder what I can get for that. I have a Showboat $25 chip. You think?
Check
Wow.
that out. How cool is that?
Oh, that is cool.
Isn't that cool? I found it in the bottom of an old briefcase.
Green chip.
A green.
Green,
I wish
yeah.
it was red. Then I'm
That's
only
one of
losing
the
$5. Now I'm losing 25.
I think that's one of the last ones.
Well, it's before Castaways, so
Yeah.
this is 15 years old. I mean,
If you go over there to go to the cage at the Showboat, it's just a parking lot.
Now tell the story, Brad, if you can, about the they actually do still gamble.
well, what happens is Stations bought the Castaways when they closed, and Stations demolished it. They raised the building. I don't know if you've been by there at all since.
I have.
You have. Isn't it like the biggest piece of ground you've ever seen
yeah.
in your life that's not being used?
Yeah.
And of course, it's zone casino, and Stations pays $20,000 a month just to maintain it for property taxes and security that they need there.
Wow.
And this is since 2005?
5 or 6.
Okay,
yeah.
5 or 6.
Yeah.
And to maintain their casino license, because they're too hard to get these days, because you need them per property, not per corporation. But to maintain their, and I forget the exact term, but it's so they can, if they do open, they'll have a gambling license is what it does.
Oh.
I believe it's every month they have to have some gambling on property. So they drive this trailer in and they open it up to the public. The trailer has machines, a blackjack table. They have to have 2 table games. I'm telling you, they have to have 2 table games, and they have to have a certain amount of slot machines.
Is Bob Perry one of the dealers?
I think he drives the truck. So they do that
that's
monthly.
Joe Tusa.
No. Hey, did you hear about Joe Tusa?
No.
Joe Tusa, good news and bad news. The bad news is his mom passed away.
Okay.
The good news is she left Joe $1.5 million.
For real.
This is for real. So we all know Joe Tusa. Picture Joe Tusa walking around Manhattan
with $1.5 million
with $1.5 million. Well, it's not $1.5 million anymore, I'm sure.
Oh.
And there's actually an over/under for how long it's going to last.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad for him. Good for Joe.
Oh, good for Joe.
That's all.
Yeah.
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million, yeah.
Hey, there's Lee Up. There's getting down with Lee Up right there. There's the Star Nevada.
He is. Las Vegas original.
Storm sales rep.
Lee's wife,
What's going on?
the best baker in the town.
Nothing exciting. I just decided to come over here and watch some TAT bowlers. I just got back from the ABT that's going on over at Samstown. Guess you guys will be over there on Sunday, I believe. A lot of action going on over there. I'm trying to spread the wealth and watch action everywhere.
What's Peterson up to over there?
He's working the crowd.
He's good at working the crowd. That's about it.
Great at working the crowd. Everybody loves Randy.
All right, Lee Up. Storm Western sales rep extraordinaire. One thing about the Storm sales reps and one thing about Storm, which is really good, there is very little turnover at this company, and the sales reps have all been in place for at least 7 or 8 years, and it makes a difference.
Sure
it really does. You see Lee.
Established relationships.
Yeah, Lee and Jimmy
they're all good
Callahan and Tyler Jensen.
Hey, did you ever talk baseball with Jimmy Callahan?
He just told me that he was at the last 5 All-Star games.
Well, he's a big baseball
Just a
guy.
nut, yeah.
I mean, a lot of us are, but he's one of those. I guess he didn't. I guess he spent a lot of time at Connie Mack Stadium and Veterans Stadium. He lived in Delaware.
Yeah.
He's a trivia guy.
Oh yeah.
We're winding down this squad. One more today, guys.
One more squad to go at the Orleans 2013 Summer Classic. TAT. Big crowd here last night for the Storm Challenge. Lefty named Kevin
Gagnon.
Walked home with $5,000. And now you had to throw 3 strikes in 5 frames, and he missed the first 2 shots.
Yes, he did.
And
right
threw
down to the
3
wire.
strikes. It was awesome. I mean, he kind of gives me a little bit of the Earl Anthony kind of. He's left-handed. He's got glasses like that. He kind of has that slant to his head the way Earl did. And he threw the ball great. He was throwing an IQ tour.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what, Louie? That kind of reminds me of this quote in the book, which I love this one, a high roller quote. After striking out in the 10th to win a match, Mike Newman was asked why he hadn't struck on that lane earlier. His response, I didn't have to.
Mike Newman.
That was a great match. I could tell you a little bit more about that match.
Yeah?
That match was right in front of the desk at Showboat. So maybe 29, 30 right in that area. And he was bowling this 80-pound female, young girl, who was scared to death, was so nervous, had to be her first high roller. It's the first round, and she draws Mike Newman. And in those days, you'll remember wherever Newman was bowling, they were 10 deep behind watching him. Because, and they just went spare, open, spare. I think 180 won that game. But she punched out in the 10th and finished first. Cross hit and something ugly and forced him to double on the 10th. And he got up on a lane that he hadn't thrown a strike on. That's an absolute truth. And threw 3 beauties to win.
Wow.
Yeah. And then they asked him, Mike, you haven't thrown a strike on that lane the whole game. No, I didn't have to till now.
Newman never lacked in competence.
What a beauty.
Yeah.
You know, Mike made a TV show, and in those days, I guess that was on Prime Network. It might have been on ESPN. I was the PBA TV high roller coordinator. I was working between, you have the booth and you have the truck. I was working between the two. So Mike comes to me for a re-rack. And I have a little history with Mike with re-racks. Mike re-racks only to delay the game. That's the only reason Mike has ever re-racked in his life.
Yep.
Just to destroy his opponent and just waste time. And I looked at the rack and I said, Mike, the rack's fine, shoot it. And naturally flush, 10 in the pit. Mike, you proved my point. Thank you. What a great bowler.
Now, Steve-O, did you ever face Newman in a high roller match?
I never bowled him in a one-game match.
You did not?
No, I never
What
did
about
draw
Rudy
him.
Revs?
I would say the most, probably the most notable match as far as competitors, and I bowled against a lot of them over the years, but
Robert Smith.
before I got to know him, that I did bowl in a match. Unfortunately, I was on the losing end of it, but Chris Barnes, I did draw him in the first round of, it must have been about 1990, maybe. I mean, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I drew him in the first round. Didn't know him. I'd heard about him, et cetera. But I had, I was here from Vegas, kind of local kid, so I had a lot of people that were rooting for me.
Well, who's older, you or Chris?
He's older by about 6 months.
He's 40.
So
isn't
you
he?
didn't know him from
About,
Wichita?
no, because I went to Wichita after I had already had. I went part-time to UNLV before I went to school there.
Is Barnes in his 40s?
Yes. Yeah, he's 43.
Oh, wow.
And so anyway, so we start the match out, and again, we're both, kind of sort of touted. I'm pretty confident I can beat him. He's pretty confident he can beat me. And we start out the match. He gets up there and leaves a 2-4-10, very first shot, right? He's on the left lane. I'm on the right lane. I'm already thinking ahead. All right, I got him, he's going down. That's in my mind. I get up there, 6-7-10. So, okay, all right, so we're tied through one, right? So he goes up, shoots a spare, makes it, 2-4-10 spare. Hoops it up, runs it out, slaps it out, etc. Gives a big screen. I get up there, spare, 6-7-10.
Oh, wow.
That was the start of our match.
That's very cool.
It ended up being about 210 or 220 to 190, and I was on the losing end of it. But what a great, what a great start there, and that was pretty cool.
Well, Steve, how about Marsha shooting 300?
Yes. How about that?
That was in a match,
That
right?
was pretty. Yes, it was first round, and she actually bowled D.A. Smith was his name, left-hander from California, and he shot 257 that game, and that was a 9 a.m. squad. I mean, that was on the fresh, right by the front desk actually, and she was out on the gutter, and boy, she was.
Do you remember the time Marsha bowled Bill C?
Oh, I do. I do remember that time. Yes, I do.
That was down on 3 and 4 or something, wasn't it?
That was a dark day for me.
That was a tough day. Oh, I've had plenty of them, but I remember that when I was there, and all the Storm people were just kind of.
I walked down from the hotel room that was there. I walked down. I got through the doors. You know who the first person was to see me?
Barbara.
Corbett Austin.
Oh, Corbett.
Corbett Austin. He looked at me. He had a very, very solemn look on his face. And he looked at me and he kind of shook his head. He kind of closed his eyes. He shook his head. He said, "She bowls Bill." I still remember it. He looked at me. "She bowls Bill." And I kind of closed my eyes. I kind of put my head down. I was like, "This isn't going to be good."
And Bill was
nothing good can come of this.
Nothing good.
And talking about Chris Barnes, well, Bill was like Chris Barnes without the talent, but bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, Bill was intense.
Oh, he wanted to win.
Oh, he wanted to win. I mean, he was.
Didn't
he was a good bowler, but but
didn't Bill's dad bowl a high roller?
I think he did.
I'm pretty sure
he did.
Yeah, I think.
You know what I'm liking about you guys is bowling's been done for about 10 minutes, and you guys are just up here just going strong. You're like kids in a candy store up here.
It's fun. I'm enjoying myself.
A lot of memories. That's
Coach
for sure.
K on one side, Leeser shooting.
Louie. let me tell you something about the Coach K thing, because
I love it.
I'm Steve's buddy. We golf all the time, and we worked together for all these years. And for the first year that he's talking about Coach K, I thought he was talking about the coach from Duke. And this is no kidding. It's like, so 2 months ago, he says it's Coach K. It's my scholarship for Wichita bowlers. And I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now.
I was telling you about the Coach K scholarship, and you're
I
thinking
know.
entirely different sport. You're thinking college, at least, which is good, but you weren't even.
No,
you weren't even thinking bowling.
I had not put it together.
Well, and we had mentioned that, but that was, Wichita State. It's Coach Vatican and Coach Lewis, but they go by, and all their athletes say Coach V and Coach L, just for sure. That's the way it was. So I worked one of the Shocker bowling camps back many years ago, and so instead of Coach Kloempken, I was Coach K. So that's what they called me, and so when I decided I wanted to do a scholarship to give back to the university that gave me a lot, I decided to be the Coach K scholarship.
Now,
That's cool.
One question about that, because do they have the Brunswick hook up there?
They do.
And that's a
That
long-standing.
Yeah.
Is Vatican? He's in with Brunswick.
Yeah. They've been sponsoring that program for quite some time. But
right.
The interesting thing with that, and again, I'm thankful to college bowlers, and bowling's better for it when we give back, whether it's a different ball company or someone supporting a great endeavor like that. But there's a lot of the bowlers that do use their equipment in college, and when they move on and they go on, they end up using Storm equipment afterwards. Devin Bidwell, for example, he's one of our players that's, he's used their equipment.
And a TAT champ.
And a TAT champ, Devin Bidwell, yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with coexistence.
Exactly.
And there's some stuff coming down the pipeline too that I really can't. I gotta watch myself sometimes because I like to spill the beans. But let's just say that Bill and Barbara's beliefs, as well as many other people in our company, is to partner in doing things. And there's going to be some things coming up in the next 12 months where you're going to see some partnering with people that you may say, really? They're coming together to do this? And that's going to be really exciting.
And for a good cause, when you're looking at for the better of bowling as a sport. And
exactly.
For the betterment of creating, future competitive bowlers and people who be lifelong customers of the TAT and high roller events and Storm. Why not support that?
Well,
why not give back if you can?
Carter and I were talking about it earlier. It's never good when a bowling ball company goes out of business.
Of course
it's
not.
never good when a bowling center goes out of business.
No.
Regardless if you're competitors or not. It's not good. And
or a bowling tournament.
Or a bowling tournament. No.
Let me just throw something out there real quick. I'm just going to throw this out there, and I want you to tell me if you think this is exciting for bowling. You ready? An entire lane 16 with bleachers and a bunch of people wearing Sean Rash jerseys, drinking beer, all pumped up. They're the biggest Brunswick followers in the world. They hate every other ball company. 17 and 18, Sean Rash versus Pete Weber. Up lane 19 is Storm Nation. Everybody loves Storm. They got the tattoos on, the whole 9 yards. They're all drinking beer, having a great time. You got Randy Peterson sitting in the booth with Johnny Petraglia. And it's a 5-game action match where all the people back behind, they've all got their Brunswick towels and their Storm towels. And if Rash wins, everybody on the Brunswick side gets a free Brunswick ball from Brunswick. And if Pete wins, everybody on the right side gets a Storm ball provided by Storm in an arena setting in a bowling center where there's tons of fans of bowling.
Let's do it in Vegas.
Live
and we'll
streamed.
Get a bookie. We'll put a bookie right there, and you can place your bets. I love it.
Sounds like a soccer match
Now,
you just had at Sam
love
Boyd
it.
a couple days ago.
And that doesn't happen unless you have these independent companies and their loyal fan base, is what I'm getting at. If we did that and we put, say, Belmo against Pete, and you had Storm guys on one side and Storm guys on the other, it's just not the same.
Yeah.
Well, I like the idea of Pete, but really the rivalry in bowling right now, the rivalry is Belmonte versus Rash.
Right.
And they come right out on ESPN and say that those guys don't like each other.
But what Mike's saying, take the personalities out and make it company versus company.
Yeah.
Not the bowler versus the bowler.
And you get Randy on the telecast talking about how great the Storm balls are, and you get Johnny Petraglia talking about how great the Brunswick products are. And you've got this no-holds-barred company versus company,
And
but everybody's watching.
We don't need the telecast. We can live
stream it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and let me be the Storm sideline reporter, and Brunswick can get, maybe Sarah Rash is the Brunswick sideline reporter. I'll be the Storm sideline reporter, and you throw it to either or, and they talk smack against each side. Left field sucks. Right field sucks. Tastes great. Less filling. You know how it is.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I think that's good stuff.
I wonder if the companies would actually do it.
They would.
You think they would?
Yes.
I hope they would.
Because
there's
there's
no reason not to.
Why wouldn't you?
I can make it happen from our side. That's something minor that I can push through in the marketing meeting.
There's really it's not like if Brunswick loses, their ball sales are going to plummet.
No.
That's not going to happen. So what? There's no downside for a company
This is the
doing
modern day Rumble in the Jungle.
And to be honest,
right?
I think Bill and the
Brent,
the guy from Brunswick have a good relationship.
Yeah.
I really do. I think I think the two companies do get along.
Yes.
I do.
Yeah, they do.
We're gonna make that happen one day.
I would be cool.
Let's pick a date, promote it, and get it going.
Yeah.
You know, we could even make it like a whole bouts. We could have a welterweight, a middle heavyweight,
and
and a heavyweight match.
Honestly, they are often free right after Bowl Expo. How about that's a kickoff event or a finale event for the TAT?
Well, yeah. What if we had like Deandra versus who's a Brunswick girl staffer? Shannon O'Keefe maybe would deviate.
Yeah.
You could have Deandra versus Shannon as the opening 5-game match.
Yeah.
Best 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
And then the next match is maybe you grab Pete and Parker Bone. And they bowl each other.
Yeah.
And then the main event.
Yeah.
Weighing in at this many pounds, Jason Belmonte.
Yeah.
And then weighing in at this many pounds, Sean Rash. And they come out.
Weighing in at 525 RPMs.
Yeah.
That's right. Could you see that?
I like that.
I like it.
That would be exciting.
Be a lot of interest.
But don't limit it to the two companies. Put it out there for any ball company, any manufacturer who wants to
Well, I
come
think
out.
we would start with these two.
It would probably be easier to get it going the first year with keeping it to
it
2,
would.
and then once everybody sees how good it goes. But I was at every tour stop this year, every single one, and half the year I thought Rash was the best bowler in the world, and the other part of the year I thought Belmonte was the best bowler in the world, and
then just when you think at the Tournament of Champions that Pete Weber is going to have no chance in the final against Belmo, and his ball speed's got him screwed. He grabs the gold IQ, gets that ball to stop down lane, almost Amleto Monticelli-esque, and that ball just stopped and rolled through those pins.
Well, whoever wins the U.S. Open, one of those guys, it has to be the odds-on favorite, right? I mean, they
Well,
have to be.
yeah.
Although Rash isn't really up there right now, is he?
No, he's not.
And as far as the points list, I think Mika's winning the points list because they use the international tournaments. I just read that.
Those
So
WTBA events.
and Wes
that,
Malott is up there in the points
Yeah,
race.
Mika won 2 really high-dollar
Yeah.
ones in Japan and Qatar.
Yeah. So, there was half the year I'm looking at Rash, and Rash was in the top 3 spots the whole tournament for the first half of the year. It was just insane how good he was bowling, and didn't matter what the pattern was, didn't matter anything. He's just killing everybody. And then Belmonte, all of a sudden Belmonte got it going, and I mean they're both really, really good.
Now in Milwaukee, though, you would say you had Belmonte had great performances there, but Chris Barnes was probably more the standout in this last World Series of bowling that they had in Milwaukee, right? As compared to Rash.
Yeah, him and Duke both
Duke
bowled
was
really
right
good.
there
But
too.
Barnes had been bowling really bad the whole year.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of tournaments where he was no factor.
Yeah.
And it was real weird. And I actually made the comment when I came back the one time that, wow, I've never seen Barnes like this ever. And then all of a sudden, I mean, he's really, really good.
Never count him out.
He's good.
Yeah.
Those guys are all just on another. I mean, they're just on another. They're in another world, really. I mean, and Weber, and the Webbers.
Yep.
Weber. There's been Jim Callahan, Randy Peterson, Lee Up, and a couple of other people that have said who've known Pete for the last 40 years and said that Weber has never thrown the ball better than he's thrown it this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And probably some of that has to do with his lifestyle change. I mean, it's not the old Pete anymore.
Pete has decided to lay off the drinking. It's no big secret out there.
Yeah.
And he's making smarter choices and living a healthier life.
And I think the difference too, those guys are so good. He's like getting that one or two extra hits a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's striking 1 or 2 extra times.
Yeah.
You watch Pete, and he always hits the pocket.
Yeah.
But the one thing about the Pete Weber that people should know is he never misses spares.
Yeah.
He goes tournaments without missing spares.
Yep.
And like 3-6-10s, he hasn't missed a 3-6-10 for about 4 years. I mean, and so he doesn't miss spares. But when you see Pete and he's not carrying real good, he's kind of once in a while leave a flat 10 and a ring and 10. Now all of a sudden he's getting those extra 2 hits a game, and it's enough to vault him right over everybody.
So what's causing that?
I think part of it is I think his speed is up a little bit.
Up?
His
The
ball
older
speed
he gets.
just a touch because he's not drinking.
Yeah, okay.
Just a touch. I think his speed is up. His hand is still the same. It's still.
Is his ball speed at 50 the same as it was when he was 40? Maybe. Could be.
I don't know, but there was a year that, we've been going and we've been doing. Storm's been following the tours, sending me out to these things for the last 3 years, and I just noticed that a couple of the years Pete would leave a lot of 10 pins, and they weren't necessarily ringing 10s all the time. And
always cost him that
And
next
I always
cut.
wanted to tell him, and my buddy Don Breeden, I'm like, Breeden would always say, get him a tape of 1991 when he was throwing the ball harder, and he was throwing, and Pete was real good at going up the lane. He won half of his titles with blue angles and black angles going up the lane hard, up 5 and 6. And he just kind of, and even though that shot doesn't play very often anymore, but there's the weeks that Duke bowls good, and the weeks that Walter Ray bowls good, pumping it up 5. Pete used to be really good at that, and you never would see Pete play that anymore. He would always be hooking it, and he's still hooking it, but I think his ball speed is up just a touch. He's a little crisper. His mind is a little clearer. And when you do that, with that swing and that timing and that footwork, one extra hit a game puts him over all the other guys, with the exception of maybe Belmonte and Rash.
Pete's got this uncanny ability right now, too, to bowl well on cheetah pattern by actually hooking the ball on the pattern. He's figured out a way with his hand to get the ball to the right spot without having to start so far right. And he's had a lot of success with the shatter. And he's even got the regular IQ Tour to roll pretty good for him. So
cool. Well, congrats to him. I'm very happy for him. He's an awesome guy. Has been for a number of years.
I get all excited talking about Pete Weber.
Yeah. How can't you?
I got on him. It was really cool at Bull Expo when he was in the booth there. I told him that to quit being so damn ornery to me all the time when I'm on tour. Because, you can just see it in Pete's face whether you should go up for the interview or not. And if he's got that look, you don't even go near him because it isn't going to be good. But I'll tell you one thing about Pete Weber that I love. Pete will never, and everybody out there should know this, you're never going to hear Pete brag about a ball that he doesn't like. What he tells you about bowling balls is the truth. And if he doesn't like the ball, he's not going to say that he likes it in the interview just to sell balls. He doesn't do that. He's true blue on it, which is
he's honest Pete.
It really is cool that he does it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no secret that the sink doesn't match up too well for Pete Weber. Doesn't mean it doesn't match up for 85% of the human race, because how many people throw the ball like Pete Weber? Mm-hmm. And the way the products are designed and developed is to be able to appeal to every skill level.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't make balls only for Pete Weber's style.
If you release it clean like he does, and screwed it through the fronts, and need help getting it through the front sometimes too, and you want a ball that you have softer ball speed, you can go to our Matchmaker app, and it's not going to tell you to drill a sink.
No.
It's not going to do that.
That's right.
It's going to tell you to drill a high road pearl. It's going to tell you to drill a Marvel S, maybe, depending on the volume of oil. IQ Tour Pearl, yeah. So,
Steve, is there a Tour edition for the IQ line?
We have an IQ. Well, we have an IQ, the original one. Our one gentleman last night from Indiana, he was using that. Yoakum.
Doug Yoakum?
Yeah, I called him Dwight Yoakum.
Dwight Yoakum. Dwight's brother, Doug. Doug Yoakum was using the original IQ.
That was the TE.
That was the original one. But there's also the Tour Edition, which is the black one. That's the one that our champion was using, a polished one. And then we have the IQ Tour Pearl, which is the gold pearl. So is there going to be a hybrid or some kind of a blend of those two? Who knows? But right now, the IQ Tour Pearl has been, one of the hottest balls on the planet. Got to be ball of the year for 2013, no doubt.
Probably because you did the video on it.
I think so. I think that contributed. I remember shooting that. You remember that,
the
Louie,
video,
in the warehouse?
The video was good, and I don't like to brag, but I remember the marketing meeting, and you were there. Were you there? on that one, and this is a true story. The sales were a little bit flat. We had just come out with the Rotogrip line. It was a weird part of the year, and the sales were a little bit flat. And the president, Dave Sims, comes in, and that ball was scheduled to be released 6 weeks or 5 weeks later than it came out. And Dave comes into the meeting and says, "We got to bump up that release. We need to sell some balls," and we did not have a color for it. And Dave's, it's a everybody gets their say in the marketing meetings, what color, and So anyway, it comes. I just said, "Hey, how about a gold ball?" And I remembered it wasn't the Rhino Pro, the gold Rhino Pro that I remembered. It was the black gold True Track from the early '70s that Brunswick had. And I said, "Go ahead and go on the internet," and we had the screen up, and Ernest Godick found one. Gedke.
Ernest, like something I would call him. I'm the new guy on the job.
Ernest found one. There was one picture of a gold True Track on the whole internet, and that was it. And Dave said, "Yeah, there hasn't been a gold ball out for a while." And what I like when I like designing, or when I like coming up with reasons why a ball should look the way it does, I want a ball that when anybody walks in the bowling center, I want everybody to know, "Oh yeah, that's the gold ball from Storm." Like the Virtual Gravity had the orange and blue. "Oh yeah, that's the Virtual Gravity from Storm." Now all these balls look alike, and it's hard to get a distinguished color. But now when you walk in this bowling center right now, everybody throwing a gold ball knows that that's a Storm ball. So Flanagan, put that in your little notebook when you come down to Utah there.
Come on down,
and just remember that.
That's remembered.
Getting down with Lee up.
I love it.
All right, guys, what do you think here? We got 5 o'clock squads coming up here shortly. We take a quick break and bring her back in about 10.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to listen to Ed's announcements for 2 hours.
Does that sound good to everybody? Hey, we've got our champion here from last night, Storm Challenge
Hey, get him
champion.
mic'd up. Let's before we close the segment, let's talk to our lefty. Now he kind of looks like, you know what? Now I just said on the air that you kind of reminded me of Earl Anthony, but you look like that lefty from Minnesota a little bit. Matt McNeil? Doesn't he give you a little of that?
No, not at all, no.
Am I the only guy that sees that?
Sorry. Yeah.
Am I the only guy?
Here, you can use my glasses.
Well, listen, you throw it a little bit like him because, boy, we were talking last night. You didn't get the first 2 strikes. You need 3 strikes. You can't miss.
Backs against the wall.
Yeah, the first one I was just a little cold, and the second one caught me off guard and made a small adjustment, and there it went.
We had a little quote in here we were joking about earlier, and we said, "How come you didn't strike until the 3rd frame when you needed 3 shots?" And it was because you didn't have to.
Well, if you don't have to, you don't have to.
Nice job. That was great to watch up here. That was really fun. That was exciting.
I can't actually wait to actually watch it myself.
Yeah.
So did you take the $5,000 check and put it on black or red on roulette?
No, I stuck it on green.
You stuck it on green. Wow.
No, it hasn't visited the cashier just yet.
Good. Get out of Vegas before you cash that thing. I can tell you that's a good thing to do. Actually, both me and Flanagan.
There's already an escape plan in motion.
The escape plan, that's good. No, congrats. That was really awesome. That was terrific. That was outstanding.
And thank you guys for broadcasting it. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Now, here's what you do, too.
You'll enjoy it.
This is something that you got to do when you go home now. And, Brad, we should tell everybody this at this tournament. When you go home, you bring 2 people with you to the next tournament that haven't bowled this tournament. Tell them what a great time you've had. Tell them how much fun you had in Vegas. Tell them about the Storm Challenge. Bring 2 more people here. That's how you grow the tournament.
And you get the rewards, too, right, for being a recruiter?
Yeah. Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I definitely know a few people that I could, if I have to, drag by their collars. Say, "Hey, come on, you guys can do this."
As soon as you tell them you won 5,000, you probably won't have to drag too hard, though.
Yeah, my Facebook friends have already chimed in a little bit. So
yeah.
That's great, Kevin. If nothing else, you won't have to drive by yourself.
That's right.
Hey, I can ask somebody else to drive me. I can sleep on the way up. It's a tiring drive for me.
That was awesome. Well, way to go.
Thank you very much.
That was
yeah, congratulations, Kevin. Yep. Very good. Very good, man. Awesome.
All right, Louie. Well, what do you say here? We give her about 10-minute break or so. We'll take her down and
yeah, let's
bring her
put
back
some
up
music
here in
on.
just a little
We'll be
bit.
back from the Orleans at the 2013 TAT in just a few minutes. We'll take a little break.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back into the 2013 True Amateur Tournament Summer Classic Friday qualifying squad. For more information about all the people that have qualified and scores, head on over to trueamateurtournaments.com. Brad Edelman and his crew do a great job. We've been here all week long. This is our last qualifying squad of the day here on this Las Vegas Friday. Want to appreciate everybody who's been watching us all week long. We'll be back again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Going all the way up until the TV finals. We'll be doing a TV finals production here, right here on your InsideBowling.com channel. Myself, Steve Kloempken, Louie Wemett, Matt Churk, I believe, is going to join us too from back home on that broadcast. I want to thank everybody for watching PBA 1817. Of course, Mike Devaney joining us, San Jose Mike, who I had a chance to meet just the other day. And everybody's been so gracious to our West Coast trip for InsideBowling.com. Furthest west I've ever been. InsideBowling.com was started in the Midwest. And we appreciate you welcoming us in. Have a lot of fun sitting here doing this, and I enjoy listening to the stories from the who's who in bowling as much as any of you out there listening. So getting started here, lanes 17 and 18, action underway. And we'll also bring in lanes 23 and 24 as the bowlers get underway here in this last qualifying squad. We're here at the Orleans Hotel, Casino, and Bowling Center. I've come down with a little bit of a cold this week, so my voice has been a little off this week. Hopefully it all recovers by tomorrow, because we've got a doubleheader the next 2 days. Not only will we be doing the finals here tomorrow night, we'll also be over at the ABT on Sunday. We'll be crowning a $10,000 champion over there. They've also got some incentives for some other prizes over there. Not really sure how that works, but looking forward to checking out the ABT on Sunday. But tomorrow it'll be the TAT here, the TAT finals. We've been broadcasting all week. Brad Edelman, what a great guy. He's joined us on the broadcast quite a bit, and we really appreciate him being so open to us being here and so open to sitting in the booth and sharing stories. Close to 400 total bowlers out here. I don't have the exact count, but it should be about 400 before this thing's said and done, which is a terrific amount of turnout here for a bowling event. Got plenty of walking in here this week, with the Storm Ballroom being all the way down at one end of the bowling center. I believe it's 64 lanes here. And the tournament office being behind lanes 1 and 2. We're conveniently parked behind lanes 17 and 18. Mike Kaufman and his staff here at the Orleans have been great to work with. They dropped our own internet line here for us, so that's why you're able to see the crystal clear quality. We are streaming at 1,000 megabytes per second, which is a considerably large feed. So we appreciate that. We are only as good as our internet that gets provided to us. So we really want to thank Mike and his entire crew here for helping us out with that. Also, haven't seen a lot of this today, probably because we haven't mentioned it, but you can actually tweet us if you'd like at #InsideBowling. If you'd like to get a plug out there for maybe your pro shop or just want to send a shout out to us, we'll display it up on the screen for you during today's action. So game number 1 of 3, 5 o'clock squad, Friday night. Might have to go do something fun tonight. I haven't decided what's going to go on. I got a lot of video work to do as well. But joining me now also on the broadcast, no longer flying solo, but got old Steve here. Coach K, welcome back.
All right, good to be here. Thanks, Mike.
Just telling everybody at home, getting them up to speed on what was going on here. Tell you what, it's really hard to broadcast by yourself. I used to do it a lot.
Did you?
Yeah, there were a couple of times that I broadcasted for 4 hours straight by myself.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A lot of thoughts going on inside your head there to keep that going, huh?
I don't know if I could do that anymore. But when you first partake in something like this and you got to put in that extra time and effort, it's kind of like being a bottle boy in a bowling center. You know, you're excited to get that job, and you just love throwing away as many bottles as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
And after a while, you want to work that desk a little bit. You work the desk, and you still throw away bottles, but just not quite as many. Then you get that manager's job, and you gotta walk around. You got to do a little MBWA, management by walking around.
Mm-hmm.
And you still got to throw away those bottles and pick up that trash on your way into the bowling center, but it's not what you do the whole time anymore. It's kind of the same thing.
Cliff Connors there on 23 and 4. Looks like he's striking on the left lane, but having a little bit of difficulty on the right there. I think he went high and then he moved in and then he went light, so he's gonna have some adjustments to make here in order to figure that pair out, but see if he stays lined up on 23. Looks like he's throwing that lucid out there. Back around and a blower 7-10, ouch.
You said Cliff Connors, and I had to look it up really quick. One of my favorite movies of all time is What About Bob with Bill Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in that movie there was a Connors, but it was actually Tom Connors, I believe it was. It's one of the names of the characters in that movie, What About Bob. Have you seen What About Bob?
I have not, but I think I will now.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of the gist of what happens in this movie. Bill Murray basically has got some mental issues. It's not retardation, it's just mental issues.
Okay.
And he's afraid of so many things in life. He's afraid to, like, walk outside. He's afraid to touch people's hands, kind of like Howie Mandel. And he comes across Dr. Leo Marvin. And Dr. Leo Marvin is actually played by Richard Dreyfuss. And
not Lee Marvin, Leo.
Leo Marvin.
Leo Marvin. Okay.
So throughout the entire movie, Dr. Marvin published this book called Baby Steps. And Bob went and saw. Bob is Bill Murray's name. Bob goes and sees Dr. Marvin right before he goes on vacation. Dr. Marvin was headed out on vacation to be with his family. And he didn't have much time to deal with Bill Murray, Bob. So he handed him the book, Baby Steps, and said, read this book, and when I come back from vacation, we'll meet again. Well, Bill Murray, being the weirdo that he is in the movie, Bob, he starts reading the book and reads the entire thing and thinks it saved his life. So he seeks out Dr. Leo Marvin on vacation and ends up spending the entire vacation with his family. And when Good Morning America shows up to do a fireside chat about the book on the live morning show, Dr. Leo Marvin is so sick of Bob. But Bob gets on the show with them, and it's quite a hoot. It's hilarious. And the whole family ends up falling in love with Bob. But Dr. Marvin wants to get him out of there as quick as possible. So Dr. Marvin is constantly fighting with the family on whether or not to keep Bob around. And he actually tries killing him at one point in the movie. So it's a great movie. And my favorite scene in the movie is they're all sitting around the dinner table and Bob's there. And they all think Bob is so sincere that he starts eating the food and he starts going, this is so good. And he's moaning at the table for a long period of time. And finally, Dr. Leo Marvin gives him the old Will you just shut up, Bob? And the whole family just gives Dr. Marvin this terrible look. Like, how could you be so mean to this nice guy? So, it's a great movie.
Well, speaking of Bill Murray, I can tell you Lost in Translation.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, I like that movie.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I'm a big Scarlett Johansson fan, too.
Yeah. Yeah, that was funny, especially when you throw in a little bit of that Asian twist, that experience you have, kind of like what's life like for an American in Tokyo. You get even a little bit more appreciation than that for it. It's really good.
Hey, here's a rare sight. Corbett Austin is joining us here. He's up on the screen a little bit. I like it. Corbett, you want to come up for a second? Yeah, why don't you have a seat, bud? Let's get caught up here with the man, the myth, the legend. I just strap that guy on right there, and this is nice. I have now just become the meanest guy in the broadcast booth because these two guys are much nicer than I am. Corbett, welcome to Inside Bowling, buddy. Oh, I guess I got to turn you up. Sorry, I had the wrong one turned up. You'd think I'd done this before a couple times. Welcome, Corbett.
Thank you, Mike.
There we go. So you've been working your tail off this week.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the right answer, right? To say I've been working my tail off.
We were just commenting earlier how half of the staff couldn't make it for the rest of the week now, and we're the gamers. We're the tough men.
That's right. All-stars right here, all-star team.
That's right. The All-Star game's coming up in baseball soon, too.
That's
so,
right.
Corbett, you're a huge basketball fan. Did you watch the NBA Finals?
I did.
Did it come out the way you liked it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I really cared who won, but, I'm a fan of watching LeBron James play, but not necessarily a fan of either team, but LeBron's a great athlete.
Who is your team?
Utah Jazz.
All right. Did you get a chance to watch Stockton and Malone play quite a bit?
Yes, still living those glory years, yeah.
It's kind of like us in St. Louis with Brett Hull and Adam Oates in hockey.
Right.
I really miss those guys. Yeah, it's just not the same, I guess.
Yes.
Utah basketball.
No, it hasn't been since.
Well, Karl Malone, he might be making some type of a return, right? Some kind of something to the teams in a supporting role.
Yeah.
I think he's coming back and going to be helping a little bit with just maybe, I don't know, if anything with recruiting or if he's doing something with training.
Yeah, I think they said he's going to work with the big men.
Specialty role. Yeah, big men, working with the big men.
Yeah.
Teaching them how to take those flops.
That's right.
Yeah.
Teach them how to flop properly and swing your elbow correctly. Yeah.
I just took a look at the chat, guys. Brando is here from Australia checking in. He comes to a lot of our broadcasts. Welcome in, Brando. We appreciate it. And San Jose Mike, we were talking about Bill Murray a while ago. He mentioned Stripes, which is another one of my favorite movies of all times. Sergeant Hulka and his big toe.
That's right. A lot of one-liners in that show.
But back to basketball for a minute. Corbett, obviously you're a huge basketball fan. You coach basketball. I saw you shooting hoops in the hallway at a make-believe basket.
Not good, was it?
So Karl Malone is the mailman.
Right.
What would your name be?
What would my name be?
In basketball?
Bricklayer, probably, yeah.
Oh, I like it. The bricklayer.
Right.
Mr. Masonry.
So you must pass the ball a lot then.
Well, they don't throw it to you unless you're supposed to shoot it, right? That's my philosophy.
Wasn't that in Hoosiers? You can't score if you don't shoot.
That's
so
right.
let's get that ball up there, and that didn't work quite so well.
I mean, why do they throw it to you?
originally.
Yeah, why do they throw it to you if you're not going to shoot it?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm actually tempted to get off on a really crazy tangent here in a minute, but I don't know if I'm going to or not. We'll just hang out right now.
Okay.
Are these those voices inside your head again, Mike? Is that what we were just talking about? When you were used to doing those broadcasts by yourself so many hours, your brain gets going?
Well, I have such an appreciation for the arts and movies and everything. Of course, bowling, that's what we're here for, but I really want bowling to be as popular as movies, like where, or any other sport, NFL, doesn't matter. I feel like it could get there because there's enough personalities and enough cool things in it. So I really study what other people do, and there's a guy on YouTube that goes to where all the movies have been shot, like his favorite movies of all time, where they were taped and everything, and he goes back to those places and like reenacts what happened in the movie, but he does it. And he went back to Hoosiers.
Really?
30 years later.
Oh, yeah.
And you actually see the barn where they shoot it up against the wall and all this stuff. So what I was thinking was I was actually going to download it real quick, and I was going to play it for us to watch, but I didn't know if it would be appropriate to do that right in the middle of this tournament. Even though I've been downloading songs and playing them earlier, Corbett, you missed it.
So Steve could go back and redo Kingpin up at the stadium?
That's exactly.
Yeah, we could have Steve do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What do you think, Steve?
Get the rose ball.
I'm gonna at least download it real quick because I really have an appreciation for what this guy does. I think we as a company, as Storm, we should go to where all the bowling movies have been shot and reenact the scenes.
I think Steve should do it and get the comb over.
Oh, that
done
was
so he can get
we
that
were
up in
just
there.
talking about Bill Murray too. we were just talking about that, and I tell you what, when he's on full tilt and he's got that going, and I mean the outfit.
That's right.
The Rose Bowl. I mean that was wow.
Now I have a serious question, Corbett.
Yes.
This is a serious question. Right now, I know that the factory is working overtime. We can't make the balls fast enough.
That's correct.
But at some point in time, I got to believe we're going to get caught up, and we're going to have a little extra time to do some things. And as this new role that I am in and some of the crazy things that we want to do, I want to ask you, is it impossible, or how likely is it if I need a bowling ball made that's clear with something in the middle of it to send to somebody? What do I have to do to put in a request for something like that? Is that even something that's feasible that I can get done?
It's something that could probably be done. There's a lot of work that, making one bowling ball is as hard as making, mass producing them. Getting all the work done and the tooling and everything that goes into, making one ball is the same cost of going into, mass producing them all. So usually a lot of those requests come in. Most of the time they kind of end up dying because people don't want to spend the money that it would take to actually make something like that.
Well, this is what I want to do. I want to go to Cabela's, and I want to buy some Duck Dynasty duck calls. And I want you to put those in the middle of some clear bowling balls for me.
There you go.
And I want to send them to the guys from Duck Dynasty.
Duck Dynasty, yeah.
And I want them to put them on their mantle with the Storm logo on there, and I want them to appear on their show.
We still have to probably create some tooling of some sort to the product those are made out of. I'm not so sure that they would hold up under the heat of the chemicals and stuff that are put around them. But yeah, it could be done.
So you have that request, and I'm totally cool with you saying, Mike, we don't have time for that. You need to figure out a different way to market our products, buddy. But that is just something I would like to do.
So I could just say like duly noted, and that would suffice you for a while.
That would be enough.
Okay.
What do you think, Steve? You think that would be cool to do?
I think it'd be very cool to do. Yeah, I do. Marketing-wise, that's an excellent idea. I think we'd lean on Corbett a little bit, make it happen.
There you go. Strong arm a little bit.
We got him right in the middle here.
I know we do.
Got to take advantage of this position.
Probably get Steve Todd in here to get the muscle in here. Yeah.
Are you saying we don't pack a punch here?
No, I think you could. I mean, you might eventually get to me. Yeah.
The mailman's been working with you, hasn't he? Get you in position. Yeah. You know what I'm looking at? I see down here one of the players in the tournament here, Corbett. If you look down a little more to the right, towards the middle of the house, one of the guys down here has a Qatar Open shirt on, has official Qatarian colors.
Oh yeah.
So we were talking a little bit earlier in the telecast about the number of international players. We had 2 players from Germany, a couple from Mexico that were on our featured pairs here earlier. And there's a gentleman there who looks like he's affiliated with the Qatarian national bowling team in some capacity.
Well, definitely get an international flavor here, don't we, at this tournament?
Boy, we do.
It's nice to see bowling's strong worldwide.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a worldwide sport, and there's been, we talked about this a couple of times, but I've been working with the Singapore national bowling team this year in a capacity of helping them get prepared for the indoor games, which they're actually bowling right now, and then the World Championships. And they're going to be bowling the World Championships here in August. And when you look at the setup that they have with their program there in Singapore, it's all kind of like building blocks, and we have here in the U.S., we've got, some local and state tournaments. Maybe you bowl a city tournament, maybe you bowl a state national tournament, then maybe you bowl a tournament like the TAT, or you bowl some type of a high roller event. PBA regional kind of feeds up sort of the nationals. They've got a schools program there in Singapore that they've got more than 1,000 young kids that are there competing, working on their fundamentals every day with a coach. They'll get 20, 30 kids or so, and they'll work out 1 or 2 days a week in the afternoon for 2 to 3 hours, and then they'll work towards becoming part of the national junior team. And then once they're on the national junior team, then they become part of the national adult team. And if you're an adult team member, you're competing twice a day, every day on the lanes, working on your game, working on playing the different patterns. And it's all a program that really helps feed everything into the national team. So you have certain steps you can take to acquire and get better and acquire some skills. Whereas, sometimes you're not focusing only on the fundamentals when you're in the youth here. That's one thing that I think we can really improve on and really do better, is kind of building up and step by step creating some world-class champions.
Correct. I think any program you build, I think, is very important. I think you have to build that from the bottom. There's no doubt. If you want a successful program, you can't expect just to throw it together, grab some guys, and expect it to be successful. They have to start while they're young and practice and work on it, be dedicated to it, and then over the years you build a strong program. Now you have young people that are in their teens already working on becoming a national team member for when they're in their 20s. So they may have 10 years of training by the time they get to that point and be very successful at what they're going to do.
And they do have Junior Gold coming up. It's one of the other events that they've got. Teen Masters, some of the other national youth tournaments that are very, very successful. And it's just it's just a real treat to get a chance to work with. We worked with the Korean national team several years in the past. Now we're working with Singapore right now, and just to see how some of the different ways, different programs that are in place to get things done on a worldwide level is. It's pretty cool to be a part of, and it's a worldwide sport. It's not just popular here in America. It's popular all around the globe.
It is, and it's very important that we have people interested in bowling. I mean, it's our future as a manufacturer, and very important that we have a future with it.
I want to give a shout out to Brando here in the chat. I had an opportunity to interview him at Bowl Expo. I'll be getting that archived. Brando's Pro Shop distribution down in wonderful Australia. We want to thank you for the time you spent with us at Bowl Expo. He says that he's enjoying it at 10:25 in the morning here on Saturday, enjoying some cold weather after the sweltering heat in Las Vegas.
We wish we were there with him, right?
It's hard to imagine cold weather, isn't it, right now? I mean, when you're talking, 110, 120 outside, and even inside with the air conditioner. I mean, when's the last time the AC stopped running in your hotel room?
Right.
Corbett?
No, it's been running the whole time here.
Every minute of every day for a week, and it's just to keep it down to about 75.
Right.
Maybe.
It's a wonder they don't freeze up.
Right, and I'd like to know what cold weather is in Australia, though. Actually, I wonder. Let's ask Brandon what the temperature is actually in Australia.
Hey guys, I got this clip queued up. I just want everybody to see this. I think this is really cool. So I'm gonna bring this up for us in honor of Corbett, since he loves basketball. Try to customize all this, but here we go. I got it queued up. I hope everybody enjoys this. And here we go. So here he is. This is at the site of Hoosiers the movie, And as you can see, he's down the same road where they dribbled the ball. And there's the hoop.
Nice. Nice up and under there.
Outside of Jimmy, I believe was the guy's name, his house. And you see he shows the scene in the movie. And there's the barn where they're playing. And here he is doing the same thing.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Very cool.
So we need to do this with Kingpin.
There you go, Steve. Your next starring role, Kingpin.
So he shows in the movie where it happened, and then he goes to the same exact place. And once again, this is from the movie Hoosiers, revisited 25 years later, actually. One of the greatest all-time basketball movies ever. Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
You see the newer style cars. So it's very, very cool. And he revisits, like, I don't know, 30 movie sites. He did Beetlejuice, Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, a whole bunch of different ones. So, but pretty neat stuff. I really enjoyed coming across this guy. He shows you everywhere. He even goes up to where it was actually all the stuff was taking place, where they shot it all. So there you go.
I like it.
Cool stuff right
Yeah,
there.
it is.
Back to bowling. I'm a nerd. I like to look at that kind of stuff.
Hey, that was one of the great team movies of all time. Teamwork. We actually had it when we were going to bowl our collegiate national championships in Knoxville. We took a bus, big bus, and so it's like a 18, 20-hour drive or so from Wichita, and they've got the movies. So he said he got some movies for us, and Hoosiers was actually the first movie that he had on there that Coach V had played for us. And after we got 2-3 different movies in, we come to realize that they're all movies about teams of diverse players kind of all coming together and working together. Yeah. And that was one of those great team movies that you'll find there anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely one that's for the ages. Well, Steve, what do you think of the lanes out there today?
I tell you what, the lane conditions, and we've seen a few. We've seen some high games, we've seen some low ones, and the one thing that we are noticing is even the ones that do have some big scores on one particular game, the challenge is trying to get a variety of different lanes to not just play the same, but to be able to make the adjustments quick enough. Because we're seeing players, you start with 260, you follow it up with a 180.
Right.
Or you struggle the first game, you go to the next pair, and then they're just opened up for you.
Yeah, the cross is definitely difficult.
The crosses, yeah, really makes a big difference when whether you're looking at playing the low end of the house, kind of the middle, or the high end. It definitely changes depending on where you're at. So your 3 games that you're bowling, you can be pretty much a guarantee that you're going to have to make some moves, maybe some ball changes, maybe some strategy changes. You're looking for hold, are you looking for swing? What's your objective there? You're going to see that when you're bowling across this house.
Right. Looks like there's a lot of gold pearls going down the lane there. IQ Tour Pearl.
That has been one popular ball here this week, that's for sure.
Looking good.
That's been a good choice out here. The IQ Tour Pearl, it's one of those, a lot of people have asked us, why is it such a good ball? And I have my opinions, Corbin. I think I've even shared them before on this telecast. So maybe we'll ask you, since you're actually responsible for making that ball, what do you think makes that ball so special?
Well, I think it's just a combination. First of all, I think it gives you a look that no other ball has. So when you put it in your arsenal, you have something that gives you a different reaction out there. It's also so controllable, but don't let the control factor fool you that it doesn't hook. I think when people say the word control, they think the ball doesn't, hook a lot. That's not true. That ball has plenty of hook, but it's controllable hook. So I think that's probably one of the things that I see that why it fits a wide variety of bowlers is because it does hook. So someone that's a little straighter can still get a lot of they'll still get hook at it, but they control it. And somebody that is a power player and has a high rev rate can also control the ball as well.
So definitely unique.
Unique,
You know,
yeah.
unique, yeah. And I agree with you. There's a lot of times when you get a weight block that has a real low RG, it also consequently has a high differential and it's unstable, creates a lot of flare. This is unique just in the terms of it revs up fast, but it's designed to be more stable because it has a lower amount of differential.
Correct.
You know, the cover stock on there, R2S Pearl, that's been a great cover stock material for us. We've used that a number of times in a variety of different balls. We were talking even about the Marvel Pearl before, about just some of the great balls we've had, and Louie and I, we were discussing the Marvel Pearl is actually the most winning storm ball in the history of the PBA Tour. More PBA titles, that one's number 1, High Road is number 2. R2S material is very proven, but you put all that stuff together, you know, the IQ Tour Pearl, Pete Weber, he made that look pretty good in the TSC, I think.
I'd say he did, didn't he?
Yeah. He didn't have to get as deep to still get the ball cleanly through the front. Now, he floats it on his own, but he still, you know, projected that ball. It stayed on line, and it allowed him to stay within a zone that maybe some other players would have been forced to throw it to. He could actually stay in the hook a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like all the other players were forced so far left. They had to, they pretty much just had to try to throw the ball to the break point. He could actually roll the ball to the break point and still be successful.
Yeah. That magic touch, really.
Hey guys, earlier in the week we lost Barry Gurney, and Barry threw the first ball on TV, the Storm products. That was a trivia question we had the other day, and I was able to go out and find a clip of Barry bowling on TV, and just wanted to show everybody. This is the exact telecast throwing the teal
great.
Storm. Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Nice.
His wife, Joan.
Joan, yeah.
So we're going to miss Barry, but Storm history right there, the legend. Barry Gurney passed away earlier this week.
Real classy guy, sure.
Yeah, he was. We have a autographed picture of him in our test facility hanging on the wall. Been there probably since '95, I think, when we built the test facility. So it's nice to have a picture of him and some history of our company as well. He was definitely a big part of that.
I'm enjoying this, getting these videos, guys. Couldn't tell.
I'm gonna run.
Oh yeah, you got things to do?
Yeah, my wife promised her some dinner tonight. So
oh nice,
I gotta
beautiful.
Go take care of her, and I appreciate the time here. And
thanks, Corbett.
And we'll check back later.
Happy wife, happy life.
That's right. This is the hardest working guy at Storm right here.
Good advice. Yeah.
Don't let anybody else tell you different. That's Corbett Austin joining us. I love me some Corbett.
He's a good guy, isn't he?
If he rubs off on me at all, I'm going to be a better person.
I tell you what, the last time I saw Corbett in a bad mood, 2001 maybe?
2001.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you. He's always smiling. He's a happy man. He has a good life. Loves making Storm bowling balls, and we're glad that he does.
Another special guest here, Matt Turek, joins us from back home, made the trip out. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Matt, Steve, you guys met each other earlier.
Nice to meet you
Shake
again.
your hand again, yeah. Good to see you again.
I feel like I'm in like the wrong seat. He's supposed to be sitting here.
I feel out of place too.
This is his seat.
So how's the bowling going on this week? I watched a little bit on Tuesday, but I didn't. Been doing a lot of partying the last couple of days. I haven't had a chance to watch really.
It's going good. It's been going good. A lot of entries, a lot of streaming. Coach K over here made his online debut. He's been an anchor man here in the booth for quite some time now. There you go. Really looking forward to working with this guy, Matt.
Yeah.
That was for the last costume party we did have. I was Ron Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy.
I was. Yeah. I think there might even be a picture somewhere documenting that. That was fun.
I don't want to steal Jeff Carter's thunder from Tuesday, but he was saying "Stay classy, San Diego" an awful lot.
He was. And Marsha was the Veronica Corningstone as well. So that was fun.
Nice.
That was a good time.
So this is the last squad of the day.
That it is.
And what is it? 3 game squads, right?
Yep.
I was paying attention.
Yep, we're on. Well, there's 2 more squads tomorrow, but as of right now, we are through. This is squad number 18 of the tournament at 20.
The 5 p.m. Is that what this is?
Yep,
the 5 p.m.
Yep,
yeah.
5 p.m. here. So, so we are winding her down. The lanes are opening up. Usually, the later squads, there's a couple people that like to play a little bit more of the inside line, kind of get closer to 4th arrow, open up the lane a little bit, but have some success. And I would expect that today as well.
What kind of pattern is this?
It's 37 feet. It's 28 mils of oil, which is a pretty heavy volume of oil, and it is on the
anvil. Is this pro anvil?
Yep, it's the pro anvil lane, and it's a harder surface, and it definitely plays tighter than 37 feet. Most of the people that have been coming down to the showcase lanes down there, throw the matchmaker balls, or to come down and get some advice or some help getting matched up, have been looking for a little bit more mid-lane read. They feel like their ball's going down the lane too far, and they're just kind of fighting the hang a little bit, trying to get their ball to read the mid lane, because we all know what happens when our ball does get a little extra hang. Is it our next shot after that? Overturn it, grab it, and then we got the big 4 in front of us.
Right through the face.
Yeah.
Matt, you're going to find out with this guy. He's like the best technical guy in the world.
Oh, good.
He sees everything so much quicker and better than anybody else that I've ever sat in a booth with.
Really?
He does. This guy, he's killer. He talks about the bowling balls like they're his own kids.
Yeah, that's what I need help with is my technical game.
Well, we got some good luck coming up here. I just saw, we were talking before about Rhino for President, our team at the Open Championships, and our new 5th man that's filled the spot of Bill Hoffman as of late. Alex Hoskins, he just put his balls down on 23 and 4.
Nice.
One of our featured pairs, and so we'll get a chance to watch him throw some shots here next game coming up here on live stream. So
cool.
He's a pro shop operator, college student.
Which pairs do we have lined up here?
We've got 11 and 12, and 17 and 18, and then 23 and 4 is our those are our 3 pairs. So we'll definitely scroll down there as soon as we can get Alex on film.
Matt, I'm going to let you drive for a minute. I got to ask Brad a question.
Okay. I'm going to drive us right into a cliff.
Have to check your license there, see if it's still valid.
My insurance card just expired.
Tell you something funny, Steve, is Matt, obviously, he's been a big fan of bowling. And this whole inside bowling thing, he started helping me out, and he can't believe some of the people that he gets to meet. I remember being in Iowa doing an event with he and Lee Bedoris, and all of a sudden it was like, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night.
It might have been later than that.
And to be quite honest, I was bored. Honestly, I was just bored. And I decided to give Matt McNeil a call, who was the defending champion of the tournament. We plugged him into the board, and we brought him onto the broadcast. And, Matt was pretty excited about that. This is Matt McNeil, Eagle champion. Matt McNeil was on our broadcast. That's pretty cool. And then the people in the chat started saying, oh, that's so cool, Flanagan's Rolodex. And I was like, all right. So I noticed that Jason Belmonte was the #1 seed on the Masters show the very next day. So I gave old Belmo a little text. Hey, what are you doing right now? You want to come on our live broadcast? Less than 60 seconds later. Sure, no problem. When, right now? Yep. I said to everyone, I got another guest coming on. They had no idea who it was. And then all of a sudden I get up into the booth and I said, I got another guest. Here's a surprise for you guys. And Matt looks down at my phone and sees that it's Jason Belmonte. And his eyes get really big, and he goes, oh, man, you guys are in for a treat. Oh, my God, I can't believe this.
I just thought it was pretty neat. He just gets up. He's like, I'm going to have a special guest. And I'm thinking it's going to be, a staffer or somebody back home or something that, a lot of Midwestern guys know. And he comes back on the line with the #1 seed at the Masters. I was just like,
and keep in mind, this was at Carolier. It was on the East Coast.
Yeah.
It was getting close to 11 o'clock at night. He came on and gave us a 20-minute interview, told us that he was over at William O'Neill's house. And it was a great interview, and it was really fun. So, but Matt has broadcasted with Jeff Riggles, Bill O'Neill, Randy Peterson. I mean, Matt he's a skilled man of his trade.
I try.
I mean, the people that he has broadcasted with are the who's in bowling, and then he goes back home, and it's like this other life.
Yeah, it really is.
He's got his rock star life.
It is.
And he's got his regular life.
Yeah, I was telling my buddy Kurt that I came down here with about how I'm like, you don't understand how I act out of town. Like, you see me back home, and I go out of town, and it's totally different. And they're like, oh, yeah, right. And now they're seeing it, you know.
Yeah.
And then they come up here to check the booth out and stuff. And Kurt, you know, he's a bowler, he's a real good bowler back home, and he's just so impressed with all this. And, you know.
You're just hanging out with, it's just you and Randy.
Yeah, it's just,
PBA Hall of Famer.
Oh, there's Wendy. Oh, hey, what's up, Wendy?
No big deal.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, no, but I owe all of that, everything of that, to Mike. Mike Flanagan does a great job at this. He's worked real hard to get this thing up and going and off the ground, and it's amazing what him and Brian, the guy behind the scenes, came up with. All this stuff is just outstanding.
Hey, Cliff Connors just walked by, and he was on he was on 23-4 the first game, and he was kind of struggling a little bit. He had 70 in the fifth. Didn't really get much together after that. He just walked by and said 260 off camera.
Oh,
so
there we go.
Apparently,
the stream
he was,
crusher. Huh?
Yeah, he was a little bit, a little tight, which is natural. You know, you're a little tight when you're on camera, and goes down to the high end, shoots 260. So we'll see where he's at when he comes back down here, and see if he can follow that up and make a run at the cut.
Hey guys, I got a PSA.
What's that? What do you got for us?
Public service announcement.
No, it's not a preferred spin axis.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Come on.
We need to record that one. Take that as an outtake. No, but a PSA, public service announcement. Tomorrow our finals are going to begin at 3:30 p.m. I thought it was much later than that, but 3:30 tomorrow will be the finals. I was told between 3:30 and 4 we'll get going, but we want everybody to come into the stream at 3:30. So. A little bit earlier stream than we thought. So we'll actually get out of here. We'll actually be able to do something tomorrow night, maybe, Steve.
That's right.
Besides pack it all up and take it over to Samstown.
Yeah, what days are you going out there?
Just Sunday.
Sunday. Okay.
Yep. So we'll have a TV finals tomorrow about 3:30, and then on Sunday at 6. What'd you call it again, Steve, the PSA?
The preferred spin axis. It's replaced. It's a little bit more techie term than mass bias. That's kind of what everyone used to use.
That's what I grew up with.
Mass bias.
Yeah.
And over the last couple of years, we've kind of evolved towards that preferred spin axis.
Right.
And it's just a little bit more technical way of saying where the higher G axis is of the bowling ball, and where you position it helps dictate the ball motion and transition at the break point. So when I hear terms like that, PSA, my mind doesn't think.
Yeah, public service.
Public service announcement. No,
the mass bias, from what I understand, that's only relevant on asymmetrical balls. Is that correct? Or am I got that backwards, or am I not understanding?
Now, this is a hell of a question, by the way.
Oh, well.
This is a great question.
Yeah, it's a
and we got the right guy to answer.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
It's marked on an asymmetrical ball.
Right.
But I've been told that there's still a mass bias on symmetrical balls, and we're going to find out the answer right now.
Yeah. The answer is that, yes, there is still a mass bias, albeit a small one. There is a mass bias on symmetrical bowling balls. But the tricky thing, this is what kind of throws people off, is that once you drill a symmetrical bowling ball, even if you put the mass bias a little bit to the right of the thumb or a little to the left of the thumb, once you drill the bowling ball, the mass bias or that preferred spin axis will almost always go right to where the thumb hole is.
Really?
So it's going to move. So the advantage you have with an asymmetrical ball is that if you want to say you want to drill a 5x5x2 layout, if you drill that, put the holes in there, and then you respin the ball afterwards, or you measure and see where the higher G axis is and the pin is, it's still going to stay pretty constant. It's not going to move after drilling. But a symmetrical ball, if you drill let's say a 5x2x4.5, and you kick that PSA way out to the right, after you drill the ball, it's still going to move back towards the thumb. So then you have to remeasure it to see what your layout is after drilling.
And that mass by, or what do you call it now? What's the new term for it?
PSA, or preferred spin axis.
Preferred spin axis.
Yep.
Does that, and now I understand the pin marks the heavy spot of the core, right? Or the top of the core.
The top, yeah, it'll locate the center of the weight
and
block.
And the mass is, I guess, say you have an asymmetrical core. Is that like the mass buys, meaning most of the off-centered weight is centered at that mark? Something like that?
It can be.
Okay.
And that was one of the weight block designs. It was done that way. Now we do it a different way in manufacturing, because we manufacture most of the weight blocks are just one piece. Some of our original weight blocks where we had it
like a 2-piece,
like
or a
you had.
There
we had some of ours. We even had up to 5 and 6 pieces.
Oh, wow.
And the one thing we did find out over the years is it can be difficult to manufacture balls with that many different variables.
Yeah.
So our
and keep
quality
it
of manufacturing, our quality has gotten a lot better now that we've improved our designs, and we've done a lot of that with the pro engineering software that we use back.
All the computer design.
All the CAD stuff.
You guys could probably test the way them balls rotate on the computer probably before you even make them.
And get an idea on what's going to happen to it going down the lane, All right, we were talking before about Alex Hoskins on the team, the Rhino for President team here. He's getting up on lane 24 right now. Let's take a shot, watch him throw. So he's got an IQ Tour Pearl in his hand.
It's a good piece.
Yeah. Pretty solid right there, and you can see why he shot 721, I think it was, on our team this year. He led our team his first year out. He had, I want to say, 22 of the last 24 strikes, something like that. He shot 720 with a 180 start. So once those nerves got down just a little bit, settled down, he got super comfortable, and I tell you what, it was fun to watch him bowl. So, and we're going to be going back to Reno again for 2014, so we've already got him. Any of you viewers out there who are thinking about trying to snatch him from our team, we've already got him locked up for 2014. So.
And this is going back to nationals. They were at Reno here in 13. They're going back to Reno, right? And that's unusual, or is that normal? Don't they alternate yearly?
They normally
used to?
They normally do. The thing that happened this past year is that originally scheduled way back when 2013 was going to be in Orlando.
Oh.
And they actually were going to have a bowling stadium that was going to be built down there, part of the Disney properties, that was going to be a national bowling stadium of the Southeast.
I got you. Okay.
So it was supposed to go, at one plan there was going to be for the Open Championships to go 1 year in Reno, 1 year in Arlington or Midwest or somewhere like that, and then 1 year in Orlando.
Yeah.
Well, that deal fell through. That was around 2008 or so. So they had to reschedule 2013 to be in Reno. 2014 was already
scheduled
supposed
for
to
Reno.
be
I got
in
you.
Reno. Yeah.
I follow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's this gentleman here in the red out front here on 17?
I don't know, but he throws.
He's throwing it pretty well.
Yes, he does. Looks like he's got 2 team lined up right here, but real strong ball roll. I tell you, when I saw him come off his hand, really good.
Yeah, he's playing inside too.
There's Alex again on lane 23, hooking that gold ball a lot, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right off the left edge, inside a 4th arrow, and he's got a triple, so he's looking good. Yeah, he's only 20 years old, but I tell you, a lot of bowling experience. Very mature young guy.
It looks like he got that one out a little bit, but still hit.
Still hooked back and hit. Yep. And that's what a lot of the players are coming to us when they're asking for advice, on how to play this condition. Is they're saying that they don't have that hard of a time hitting the pocket, but they're having a hard time getting the right motion to get the ball through the pins the right way.
Right.
And that sometimes it's a fine-tune adjustment, wrist position, some type of adjustment on the ball speed maybe, or maybe just a little bit of a surface adjustment. But, a lot of times they're saying, hey, they're getting their new sinks, they're getting their IQ Tour Pearls, they're getting their Arena Powers as part of the package with the tournament. So they're asking for advice and help on how they can lay out those balls to get them to perform on this condition, to give a little bit more mid-lane reaction. And that seems to be the common theme, no matter what the style is. They got to get the ball to read the lane properly, and that helps get the right pin carry.
I got you. with the ball deal that they get, do they get to drill them for this event, or do they just get to take them home? Or
A lot of them are.
Are
Yeah,
they?
a lot of them are drilling them for this event. They have the K&K's Pro Shops right here in New Orleans, and a lot of them are taking them right here in the Pro Shop, getting their ball drilled and using it for this event. So we're doing a lot of layouts for these players as well.
Cool. Yeah, that's good.
Hey, we got this one guy down here on lane 20, which is a little bit hard to catch. Kind of catch the outside of one camera, see if we can catch. Yeah, we'll be able to catch the ball going through the pins. But I tell you what, he's got the. He's got the front four. Actually, he'll actually be up on lane 19 next.
Oh, he's on.
So we'll go back.
So let's
he's
go
got the
back
front
to
four,
17.
but so we'll go back to 17.
Even though nobody's here.
And when he gets back up on 19, we'll be able to catch that shot because he's got the front four and he had some enthusiasm, some energy on that last shot that he just threw. So I think he's maybe looking at a good number since he is in his third game here.
Now, is it 3 games of qualifying?
3 games.
3 games.
Yep. And the cut score has varied. It does depend on what division you're in, too. You know, it's hard to say, but, you know, a lot of times the advantage we have sitting back here in the booth is we can look down on the lanes and you can kind of tell if somebody's in it, if they feel like they have a chance.
Oh, you can tell by their attitude.
Based on
just
their
the way
attitude here this
they
third
walk
game,
off, yeah.
you can kind of tell, did they feel like they need it? Were they really excited when they got the strike? Were they cool, calm, and collected like Bryson Rogers maybe? They didn't show a lot of emotion. Maybe that was the case, but you can't always tell. Sometimes they got a good poker face. All right, here's our guy 19.
Oh,
and he liked it.
He did like it.
Yep. He's still talking right now. I don't know what he's saying, but he's talking.
Oh, and the younger gentleman down there carried a 10. I thought he had a bigger string than that. He looks like he missed a 9 count. If that's his.
Oh, yeah. It
yeah,
sure
that's
is.
his score.
And it's easy. You know, the thing we talk about, too, here on the tournament conditions, when you're shooting your spares, you know, a lot of times when you're shooting a spare back home, you miss a little to the outside, there's built-in friction in the lane.
Yeah.
It brings the ball back. It's easier to shoot spares on house shots as well as easier to strike. So you got to look at that. You know, why are the scores higher? It's not just the ability to hit the pocket more. It's also a little bit more forgiveness on the spares.
Oh, definitely.
When you're bowling on these sport types of conditions where they're very flat tournament conditions, you got to be sharp. You can't really let your mind slip.
Oh, no. When I throw 10 pins on sport, I always aim at least 3 boards, almost 4 boards inside a target than what I would normally do on a, my Wednesday night league.
Yep. Just because you have that difference in the lane condition, it does affect everything. You say it affects the spare shots and the strike shots. Let's see, we've got front fives getting back up lane 20. Can we catch 20?
We can try and catch it on the right side of your. No, that's 11 and 12. Where are we at here? 17 and 18. Okay.
All right, we can get the pins. We can get the ball going through the pins here. Gentleman has the front 5, and he's running out every shot. He's into it. Let's see how he does.
Right on the right of your screen there.
Hooked up a little bit. He thinks he grabbed it a little bit. Basically looking at his hand action there. Feels like he didn't quite just let it go at the bottom. Mr. Hoskins on 23. He's got that gold ball. Oh, and he tripped the 2. He's liking it. It's the one thing a storm bowling ball gives you.
Yeah.
Trip that 2 once in a while with a storm
make
ball.
you feel good.
That's right.
Not only do you get excellent bowling equipment, it makes you feel good.
It makes you feel good. And don't it feel good to trip the 2?
Oh, yeah.
Especially for a triple.
Yeah, on something like this. At a TAT.
And a lot of times that's the difference between making the cut and missing the cut. One key break like that might be exactly what he needs. All right, he's up on 24 in the 9th. Posted it up.
Oh, he's going to get it.
And, the butt of the pin hit it. Did you see that? That attacked it. That mauled it. That mauled the 10 pin.
That pin has back.
That was like a cougar.
Ooh, a cougar.
The Utah Cougar.
The Utah Cougar. You'll have to fill me in on that one later.
There's a lot of wildlife. You're living in the mountains now, pal. Gonna get you a can of bear spray for Christmas this year.
Bear spray.
Oh, I'm going to need that. I already go through it back home. Can't imagine how it's going to be out there.
All right, back up on 19. See if we can catch that one there. Looks like they're half a game ahead of 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even a lot of them on the low end early in the second, third frames.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take you to a.
What game is this?
Game 3, Mike.
Wow, we're almost done for the day.
Yeah. Ooh, almost
Got
had
a
the
little light,
paralyzer
yeah.
there. Got that nickel to spin and drop. Drop it like it's hot.
So then there's no type of any type of stepladder action going on. It's just total pinfall and then a cut.
Not today, yes. We'll have, when it gets down to the end, we'll have some type of a stepladder finals where we get the champions from each of the divisions, all bowling that one game roll off for $20,000 tomorrow.
Yeah, what's going to happen, I just found out, it's going to be 5 bowlers on a pair of lanes. It's going to be like the boot hill. There'll be 5, and the highest game wins 20 grand and so on. The minimum purse will be $5,000.
Wow. So even if you win a squad, you're still pretty much guaranteed 5K.
Well, no, what happens is you're in these squads and you come back to the semifinals where they're all going to bowl in pods of people, and 2 will advance from each pod into the finals. Then you eventually make it into the end. So.
Okay.
And I have moved a camera.
All right, we've got some reports here as well, too. Alex Hoskins needs a strike to make the cut, is what Bryson Rogers' prediction is. 60 over.
Over on 23 and 4.
23 and 4.
That was a nice shot.
Boy, it sure was. All right, here comes Alex. Predicted to need a strike to make it. Ooh, and he did. He rolled it good. He was striking like that in Reno, too, with us. God bless him.
When you get a gold IQ in your hand, anything is possible.
Yes.
Anything is possible.
We've the theme of today, Matt, has been music videos with Steve and I.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds new.
Yeah, it's pretty cool actually. We did Ebony and Ivory earlier today. It all started with Kenny Rogers.
Were you singing that?
No. I bring up the videos.
Oh.
Now, I did have a recommendation here when it was just going to be you and me, Mike.
Yep.
But 2 tickets to Paradise.
Oh, 2 tickets
right
to
here.
Paradise.
You know what I mean? But now we got, we got to make some kind of an adjustment here.
You can just throw me in the luggage compartment. I'm small. I can fit into a bag.
Well, if you remember, Steve, you had a special request earlier.
Oh, you took me seriously?
I did.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I took you seriously.
I like it. You're bringing me back. Bringing me back to 11th grade. Bishop Gorman High School here.
Oh yeah. And we're about ready to hit it.
Are we?
Are you ready for this?
No pun intended. Let's hit it. Let's hit it.
There we go. That's right. Little Funky Cold Medina.
Yes.
In honor of Antonio Medina, actually.
I've never seen anything like this.
From Louisville.
On the split screen. Amazing.
I mean, if Tone Loke doesn't pump you up to bowl
Yeah,
good and
yeah,
throw some
exactly.
strikes, I mean,
Yeah,
who's
just
gonna-
pack your stuff up and leave.
Yeah. Has there ever been a bowling ball named the Funky Cold Medina? Do you know? Is that trademarked?
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a good idea though.
I think I know somebody that names bowling balls.
You could do the funky and then the funky cold.
Have you
That's
checked
right.
your job description lately, Mike?
Oh, is that part of mine?
That actually might fall right into your realm.
Nice. Okay. Here we are.
Do it.
Having a little bit of fun here today.
This is insane.
We'll full screen it. That's right. We can crank it up a little bit
Hey,
too.
how come you have an adult beverage?
Oh, am I not supposed to?
No, you can have an
no,
adult
it's good.
beverage.
No, I mean, why don't 3 of us have an
Yeah,
adult
we
beverage?
all should. That's right.
Who's scratching right now? Is that me?
Yeah, that's you. And I'm looking like an idiot.
But now all the poodles run to my house for the funky cold Medina. You know what I'm saying? I got every dog in my neighborhood breaking down my door. I got spuds.
That was a perfect cut, too.
Is that not awesome?
Oh, it's good times. Good times. Gotta have some fun in life, don't
Oh,
you?
absolutely.
I mean, really.
That's right, baby. Funky Cold Medina, right there, baby. Meanwhile, in other news,
Yeah.
we've got bowling going on.
Got bowling going on. Oh, that is amazing.
That's what we've discovered today.
We're not in concert here.
No.
Oh, yeah. 278. Finishing strong. Maybe we can get a report here on his first 2 games.
They say 244, 212.
What do you have there? What's the update, Coach?
700. 740.
Wow.
740.
That's a wow.
In the 205 and under division, too, so he's really bowling extremely
that was
well.
Another question I watched on Tuesday, it's a handicap tournament or are there divisions?
There are divisions, and it's some age based,
Okay.
some age based.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So it allows everybody to get a little bit of a look here
Oh, okay. All right.
on the lanes and participate in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's some nice bowling out there. I don't care who you are. 740. Pete Weber would be proud of 740 on this.
3-to-1 ratio, absolutely.
But remember what I said earlier, later in the day, right?
Yep.
Later in the day.
That's a better time to bowl.
The lanes open up if that's your game. If that's your game where you can move inside a little bit and take advantage of that ball track that gets, a little bit burnt or a little bit opened up, get inside of it, use that hook to your advantage, then that's the time to come hit him right now. That's what Alec Hoskins did right there.
Alex Hoskins, is that his name?
Alex Hoskins, he's swinging by our booth here real
Here,
quick.
I'm going to interview him
We're going
right
to have
now.
a quick interview here from Mike just to talk a little bit about your
Yeah,
set
drop
there.
the bags. Hey, Alex, nice bowling out there, bud.
Got lucky there at the end. I think I needed all those. There's 705 on the board, I think was low, and I had 706, so hope and pray.
Hey, you were throwing it really good, throwing the gold IQ. You had a good look down there on our featured pair. You bowl with Coach K here at Nationals. What a treat, huh?
Yeah, that was exciting. It was really an honor to bowl with such great bowlers, and it brought out even more of the best in my game. It was a cool experience.
And how old are you?
I'm 20 now.
20 years old, and the guy's throwing it like a rock star. I heard about you, actually, from the guys at Storm when I was up visiting. They said, yeah, and we sent out Alex, and he bowled really well. Talk about your USBC experience and how you bowled.
The first couple shots were really, really nervous. I think the first shot I missed the head pin to the left, but once I got calmed down, it was a lot easier, and things just happened. I mean, I've been bowling since I could pick a ball up, so it's just second nature.
So you bowled a team event. What were your games in the team event? Do you remember?
Like 186 the first game. It was kind of a nervous game, and then I think I had 265 and 275 the next two.
Wow.
So
the nerves settled down quite a bit there.
260, 270 in team event after the
Wow.
nerves settled down. And then how did you finish out your singles and doubles at USBCs?
Which was first? Was it doubles? Yeah, doubles was a little bit rougher. I think I had 560 or something around there, and then I finished pretty strong with the 709 or something like that.
Was that your first USBC tournament?
Yep, first time ever gone.
So what'd you total? About 19?
2017.
Yep.
2017.
2000 in his first outing. Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Now it looks like he's going to make it into the next round here at the TAT. What's that mean to you?
A lot. It's expensive to get down here. I'm just trying to do my best.
What would you do with $20,000?
I don't even know. Pay off my college.
Pay off college. That's a good plan. Well, hey, man, thanks for taking a few minutes with us. Good luck to you in the rest of the tournament.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
There you go, guys. That's our man. That's Coach K's man, his teammate. 2017 at the USBC Open Championships. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
20 years old.
That's impressive.
Yep, and his first one ever makes it even that much more impressive, you know? It's hard enough to shoot 2,000 there for a seasoned veteran that knows all the tricks of the trade, right?
Yeah, where the pressure isn't getting to you going
Yeah.
out there for the first time.
Yeah.
Matt, did you know that Steve, sitting right next to you, has won 2 Eagles?
Really?
At the USBC Open Championships?
Very good, very good. Impressive.
Thank you.
I went 1 year, and I bowled good in doubles, but my partner didn't, and I bowled like crap in singles. team was all right.
You know the guy sitting next to you is the only collegiate player in the history of college bowling to win 3 national championships 3 years in a row.
And for where?
Wichita State.
Wichita State. Now that's a program, ain't it? That's where Tim Barron went, isn't it?
No, he went to Nebraska.
Nebraska. I apologize.
And this guy was a member of Team USA as well.
Wow.
Yeah, when we were in Wichita, the Nebraska, they were definitely our arch rivals.
Yeah.
You know, we were just one state over, and we were in the same conference. Always had a heck of a good team, and they still do. And Bill Straub's built a nice program there, and they were always, we were always kind of fighting neck and neck in all the regional tournaments, and bowled them a couple times in nationals as well. I think they finished second and third my second and third years. Yeah, so right there in the finals, and they were always big competitors of ours.
Now, was Brian O'Keefe bowling for Nebraska when you were going up against him?
He was. He actually was there. He competed for Nebraska in his first college tournament, and my first college tournament were the same. It was in Denver.
Oh,
and
okay.
that was in 1992. And yeah, he was. That was the first time I saw Brian compete. I'd heard his name a couple of times before, just as being a great junior player, and then yeah, so he was bowling for Nebraska.
What was
as well? Same time.
What was your equipment of choice back then in the 90s, or did you have a choice where you were required?
I tell you, they still did have the sponsorship of the Brunswick for the team there.
Okay.
It wasn't quite to the level that it is now. So we still had to get our own equipment as well, and we used other stuff. When I went there to school, that was right in the era when reactives had just very first come out. So there were some original Excaliburs were going down the lane. I bowled my first collegiate tournament with original Blue Hammer urethane. Not everybody had transitioned to reactives. They were still using urethane balls back then as well. And yeah, it was still the early years. There were some stronger performance balls, but there wasn't near the amount of oil on the lane back then that there was now either.
Yeah.
So
well, you can get away with throwing that. Well, I mean, compared to these days.
The hard thing was too, as far as the college tournaments go back then, and I think some of it still applies today. You have 5 bowlers on a lane. And you're bowling all day long.
Yeah.
And they didn't have the lane machines that could put out the volume of oil back then that they do now. And I'm telling you, there were so many times where we were throwing, shiny polyester balls, just over the left gutter because there was absolutely not a drop of oil left inside of the second arrow, and then there was still some of the morning residue on the outside that if you hit that, it was some demanding conditions, I can guarantee you.
Yeah. Baby Remy checking in. There's my fan. That's Mike the Strike Remarculous, if I recall.
Now, Remy is a famous name in bowling. Did you guys know that?
Remy?
I might be able to bring a little international info to you here.
All right.
Yeah, Remy On. There was one year, 2000 and I want to say 6 it was. Maybe it was 2002. It was one of the years of the Asian Games. Remy Ong, people thought that the most successful bowler that made the most money at that time was Parker Bone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remy Ong from Singapore made double what Parker Bone made.
Wow.
Support from the local federation, local country. Awesome bowler, great person. Now he's a coach for the Singapore national bowling team. But Remy Ong, yeah, you can look him up on YouTube. Some good videos there. He's a heck of a player, and yeah, he 1 year Parker Bone made 300,000 bowling. Remy Ong more than double that.
Wow, that's impressive. Very impressive.
That's almost getting up to the amount of figures that I make doing live streaming.
Yeah, that's funny because I see 0.5% of that.
I like that. That's what I'm thinking. Where's my cut?
Yeah, right.
Come on, Matt.
I was up here for an hour, entertaining. I got fans in the chat. I mean, come on.
Should be worth at least one adult beverage or something.
No, I used to bowl a lot of tournaments and stuff with Mike. We were doubles partners. We went to
they
Central
were.
Missouri for a while, and I'm like chopped liver up here. I don't even get a shout out anymore.
Yeah, at least I'm not being told to get fired. Poor Lee. I like Lee. I haven't talked to him in a while, though. It really is a different kind of breed of bowlers out here, though. I almost expected to see some of the guys that we know from the Midwest region out here.
Yeah, no, they don't like going over those mountains.
Yeah.
Unless it's got USBC Open Championships in front of it. It's been a long 2 weeks, I can tell you that.
Yeah, we're just getting started. We got here Wednesday, and we're here until this coming up Wednesday, whole week. And all week long, you know, right before I come down here, they're all telling me, it's like, what are you going to do for a week? You know, it's like you go there and all this, and I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, how are we going to do everything in like 2 or 3 nights? I mean, we've been here for 2 nights, and we've pretty much done the same thing, but I feel like there's just so much more that we can go and do and go and see. This is a really fun city.
That's what makes, you know, tournaments in Vegas so great, right?
Oh, I bet, yeah.
That's what makes it so much fun.
Yeah, especially if you go out and bowl good and win some cash, and then you can go out to the and live like a rock star.
That's right.
I'm really happy you came by, Matt.
No, I'm really happy I'm out here too.
Makes me feel a little more comfortable here in the booth, to be honest with you. You wouldn't necessarily think that, but
you get the Storm Brass right here. I make the Storm Brass comfortable. That makes me feel good about
I'm
myself.
serious. Like,
no, I like Mike.
The thing. Well, you better.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that I had to be nice to you comment on Tuesday when I tweeted.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal. I got to be honest with you, Steve. I used to be this camera clicker extraordinaire.
Okay.
And I'm one of these people that sometimes I like to hold on to a task for a while.
Yeah.
And I don't really like to give it up because I'm the guy that has to continue to do it over and over again. Otherwise, I kind of lose
like the flow
and how it's supposed to go. So when I told Matt, yeah, you can click the cameras, we changed a bunch of stuff. So like 2 tournaments later, I'm back to being the switcher, and I'm lost. I don't know what's going on. So this week has given me an opportunity to come back and learn all this stuff again. And this is a truthful thing too, and a lot of people don't really know that about me. But when I first come on the air, every time we do this, I really have that hit a brick wall moment where I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm about to do this.
Yeah, what do I say?
Like, who am I? Like, why is this going to work? Why am I doing this? And opening up with the first, but by like this day, it's just like, it's nothing.
Yeah.
So it's not very easy for me to just, get back on my bike and ride it. It takes me a little bit of time, at least mentally and inside, but most people don't know that on the outside.
Well, that's because you do a good job at it.
Well, here we go. Appreciate that, Matt.
I think you do fine. Looks like bowling's wrapping up.
Bowling is wrapping up. So you know what that means.
Was it
Time
music
for us to
video
wrap
time?
it up.
You never know what's coming next up here, man.
No, usually this time of the day we like to wrap it up so we can start tearing down and getting out of here so we can enjoy our evening. What's the plan tonight, Steve? What are you doing? You just going to the room, or?
I'm free, buddy. If you're in for something, let me know.
You're free as a bird, huh?
Free as a bird. I'm hearing a song.
Yeah, it'll take me a little longer this time. Yeah,
Okay,
I know.
all right, next. Hey, there'll be more of these. We can.
Oh, we will.
Yeah,
we will.
We can Leonard Skinner it again sometime.
Oh, absolutely. Free as a bird. But, hey, we want to thank everybody for joining us that's been with us all day and popping in and out all week. We will be back tomorrow, 11 a.m., and then our finals will start at 3:30. And we're going to crown a $20,000 champion.
That's some money.
And my goal tomorrow is when I see the 5 finalists, I'm going to go down and be real nice to them with the microphone, see if I can carry their bowling balls around a little bit, and then maybe I can get a little bit of a commission from one of them.
Get a bigger
I like
tips.
the way you think.
And then I will share with you guys.
Vegas is built on tipping. I can tell you that. Vegas is built on tipping.
Oh, my God, yeah.
You got to keep a pocket full of
Everything.
ones and get them
Well,
ready to go. So
you're in charge of something for next time.
Okay.
You have to make the Storm tip jar for the live streaming booth.
Oh, I got it.
How about a bowling ball that's cut open in the middle with an
Ooh.
antenna on it?
That would be actually really
with
cool.
with a neon sign that says live on air.
Oh.
That would be actually really cool.
That would be cool, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? What kind of a fragrance would you make that, though?
I'll let you
know?
pick.
I get okay. My choice.
I'd like
Colors, okay.
You know, we get some stinky guests sometimes. So something that's going to, keep the booth fresh.
Okay. Something that works, like renews it. Something like
Yeah, a Febreze ball.
Febreze.
Something. Well, maybe you could throw one of them air fresheners and spit
Uh-huh.
it out every 30 minutes or so.
That'd be good. I'd stay away from like vanilla or cinnamon.
Yeah.
Because some people are allergic to those smells.
Okay.
But-
Peanut butter cups, those yours, or Butterfinger.
Yeah, that would be okay.
Ooh.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Doesn't make me hungry.
Carmelo. Whatchamacallit.
Carmangelo.
Kit Kat. Yeah, I like that. Okay.
Choices are endless.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for joining us today. We will be back tomorrow with more coverage. It's day like 37 out here in Las Vegas. I'm Mike Flanagan. Matt Turek helping us out. He'll be here tomorrow. And Coach K, Steve Kloempken, saying good night here from Las Vegas. Everyone have a good night. Have a safe night. And we'll see you tomorrow.